Chapter 1678 Hong Jun Golden Sword. Chapter 1678 Hong Jun Golden Sword. Hong Jun Golden Sword is so light. Jian Wushuang carried Hong Jun Golden Sword with one hand. Although he found it heavy, it was so vastly different compared to Hong Jun Divine Rod. Then he immediately drove his soul power to cover Hong Jun Golden Sword and controlled it like he controlled Hong Jun Divine Rod. In the end, Hong Jun Golden Sword instantly turned into a ray of golden light and flew out. Its speed was 12 times faster than Hong Jun Divine Rod. This, Jian Wushuang was shocked. Hong Jun Golden Sword is similar to Hong Jun Divine Rod. Although they are divine weapons that are driven with soul power, the difference is that Hong Jun Divine Rod focuses on momentum and focuses on power. Hence, it is very heavy and it is very difficult to control. On the other hand, Hong Jun Golden Sword leans towards speed and sharpness. It relies on the sword blade and the tip of the sword to kill your opponent. As a result, the weight is naturally much lighter and much easier to control. Long Qi looked at Jian Wushuang. Previously, I let you get used to controlling Hong Jun Divine Rod for you to familiarize yourself with the manipulation method of soul power, also to enhance your soul strength. You familiarized and controlled it for 14 years, and you can barely control Hong Jun Divine Rod. Hence, it is naturally much easier to control Hong Jun Golden Sword. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. It was true. If Long Qi were to pass him Hong Jun Golden Sword right at the beginning, he could familiarize himself with it. But due to the difference in weight, he definitely wouldn't feel as significantly at ease when he was controlling Hong Jun Golden Sword after 14 years of familiarizing himself with it and controlling it. Yes, he was at ease. Just like when a commoner carried stones. At first, he would be carrying a few hundred gene stone and he would get used to the weight. One day, if he suddenly went to carry a dozen gene stone, he would naturally feel at ease. Jian Wushuang was in that situation. Besides, the way you control Hong Jun Golden Sword is merely the simplest soul control, but Hong Jun Golden Sword is performed via soul power in collaboration with Power of Heaven Way. Long Qi took out a token backhandedly. In this token, it recorded Hong Jun Golden Sword's first form of skill. Read it carefully. Jian Wushuang took the token and started browsing through. As he read, his pupils contracted in shock. Space-time. Hong Jun Golden Sword is performed using space-time power. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but revealed a thrilled expression. Yes, Hong Jun Golden Sword was performed via soul power in flawless collaboration with space-time doctrine. It was mainly focusing on space-time power, and soul power was only a means to control it. Besides, not only space-time doctrine, but also reincarnation doctrine that Jian Wushuang comprehended could also be merged into Hong Jun Golden Sword to enhance the power of Hong Jun Golden Sword. The skill recorded in the token was the method to perform Hong Jun Golden Sword perfectly. With my current soul strength, relying on merely soul to drive Hong Jun Golden Sword, the speed isn't fast. However, with this skill to merge space-time power flawlessly into Hong Jun Golden Sword, Jian Wushuang was getting excited from the thought of it. The first form of Hong Jun Golden Sword had a total of 9 levels. You can control an extra Hong Jun Golden Sword when you level up. So, I prepared a total of 9 Hong Jun Golden Sword for you, Long Qi said. Then he took out another 8 Hong Jun Golden Swords that looked identical. These 9 Hong Jun Golden Swords are for you. You can take your time to familiarize yourself with it and control it at your own pace. Then, Long Qi's body turned illusionary and vanished into thin air before Jian Wushuang again. Jian Wushuang put the 8 Hong Jun Golden Swords into Qian Kuan Ring, and he was confused. He could tell that Hong Jun Golden Sword was unusual. Any one of them should be a priceless treasure, just like treasures that Jian Wushuang carried. Besides River Mountain Map, he reckoned there shouldn't be any treasure that could be compared favorably with Hong Jun Golden Sword. It was hard to even say if Blood Mountain's sword could be compared favorably. Such treasures, Long Qi took out 9 in one go and gave them to him as a gift straight away. Why was Long Qi treating him so well out of a sudden? One should know that Long Qi was very cold to him previously. He didn't even care if he was dead or alive and let him run his own course. But he suddenly took out treasures like Hong Jun Golden Sword for him and purposely taught him how to use it. Jian Wushuang felt that he didn't do anything. He had merely broken through and become a stage 2 ultimate real god. Wasn't the change of his attitude too much? Whatever. In short, Hong Jun Golden Sword is no doubt a treasure to me. With it, my power definitely could increase by a few levels. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. Jian Wushuang immediately started to drive Hong Jun Golden Sword according to the recorded skill. In the hall, swoosh, a gold flowing light lit up, and the very end of the void in the hall, which was at least a dozen miles away from Jian Wushuang, suddenly cracked. This speed is so fast. Although he was mentally prepared, Jian Wushuang still got a school when he saw the speed when Hong Jun Golden Sword launched. The speed was too fast. It was even faster when he gave his all to perform martial art motion. The power was also terrifyingly shocking too. It was only the first time Jian Wushuang had controlled Hong Jun Golden Sword using space-time power. Continue to familiarize. Jian Wushuang was excited, and he immediately started to practice Hong Jun Golden Sword. In the hall, there were constantly gold flowing lights flashing, but never the substantial form of the gold flowing light. In the blink of an eye, it had been 20 years. In 20 years, Jian Wushuang had been familiarizing himself to perform with Hong Jun Golden Sword. He practiced frequently every day. For the past 20 years, he didn't know how many times he had practiced. From the practice, the first level of Hong Jun Golden Sword in the first form, which was also the first Hong Jun Golden Sword, had finally been performed completely. His soul power, comprehension of space-time doctrine, and comprehension of reincarnation doctrine were merged into Hong Jun Golden Sword. When he wielded Hong Jun Golden Sword, it was already extremely terrifying. I have almost mastered the first Hong Jun Golden Sword, but I mostly practice alone. Next, I should bring Hong Jun Golden Sword to an actual fight, Jian Wushuang smiled. In the dark region, the opponent the Jian Wushuang want to fight against was naturally the star demons. Jian Wushuang immediately entered the Black River through the space tunnel. Then he didn't hide in the river and massacre the star demons using river mount to map, but he instantly plunged from the water and landed on the shore. Back when Jian Wushuang was chased to the Black River, the number of the surrounding star demon had been terrifying. However, after Jian Wushuang's 6 massacres in the past 100 years, the remaining star demons were obviously fewer. Chapter 1679 Massacre. Chapter 1679 Massacre. Atop the dark land, there were a few star demons scattered about. When Jian Wushuang spread his soul power out wantonly, he only saw the existence of hundreds of star demons, and there were less than 1,000 of them. In actual fact, hundreds of star demons were already a lot. However, it was still considered very few compared to the thousands of star demons which were gathered there at the very start. When Jian Wushuang appeared on the ground, the scattered star demons looked toward him immediately. Human cultivator. Kill. Without hesitation, the hundreds of star demons charged toward Jian Wushuang, and their violent auras rose. If it were back then, when he had not made a breakthrough to stage 2 ultimate real god yet, Jian Wushuang would definitely choose to escape without hesitation if he were to see such a number of star demons charging toward him. However, at present, Jian Wushuang crossed his hands and stood at his position calmly. As he looked at the star demons which were storming toward him from all directions, he wore an indifferent smile. Buzz! A golden light floated beside Jian Wushuang. It was the Hong Jun golden sword. At that moment, tens of star demons with unequal abilities appeared beside him. Let me see how strong the true power of the Hong Jun golden sword is. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with excitement. Swish! A golden ray of light moved fiercely. Although the golden ray of light had only just appeared, it had already pierced through the bodies of tens of star demons nearby. Swish! 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 Soft sounds could be heard. As for the tens of star demons, which included a three-horned green star demon, they were killed right away without even being able to give a horrible shriek. There was no room for them to struggle. After seeing that, Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened up at once. It should be known that a three-horned green star demon could rival a top chaotic real god of the human cultivators. However, there was also no room for it to struggle. Moreover, the most important thing was that Jian Wushuang had held back some of his divine power. I have merely used divine power that is comparable to that of a normal chaotic real god, and it is similar to the time before I made a breakthrough. However, by relying on the Hong Jun golden sword, I can kill green star demons instantly, Jian Wushuang murmured, and he was extremely excited. Swoosh! 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 A great number of star demons besieged Jian Wushuang crazily. However, Jian Wushuang stood still and did not move at all. Just like before, he was only controlling the Hong Jun golden sword. The speed of the Hong Jun golden sword was exceptionally fast, and it pierced through the bodies of the star demons easily. Moreover, the star demons could not even react to it. Even after some time, not even one star demon was able to get near to Jian Wushuang. As for those that came close to him, there was always a small distance between them and Jian Wushuang. Hence, they were killed by the Hong Jun golden sword mercilessly. For this period of time, more than half of the hundreds of star demons had been killed by the Hong Jun golden sword that was controlled by Jian Wushuang. The speed of the massacre using the Hong Jun golden sword is too fast, Jian Wushuang muttered. He could only control one Hong Jun golden sword nimbly. If he were to achieve the peak of the first stage of the Hong Jun golden sword, where he could control 9 Hong Jun golden swords, he would become even more frightening during the massacre. Just then, a crimson, glittering light appeared vigorously. A crimson star demon. Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. Under the control of his soul power, the Hong Jun golden sword turned around fiercely and headed toward the crimson star demon ruthlessly, like a shooting star. A crimson star demon could rival human experts who were in the real god ranking list, and its ability to react was also stronger than the other star demons. When the Hong Jun golden sword transformed into a golden shooting star and headed over, the crimson star demon swung, its sharp claws with lightning speed. When both of them clashed, the crimson star demon was sent flying, and it could be faintly seen that its palm was bleeding. Haha! Even by using chaotic, real, god-level divine power to control the Hong Jun golden sword, I can still send the crimson star demon flying. Jian Wushuang's laughter became louder. Next, let me try unleashing all my divine power. Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed with a shrill light, and the Hong Jun golden sword transformed golden shooting star was shot out again. This time round, the golden shooting star's speed and power were obviously greater than before. The Hong Jun golden sword clashed with the crimson star demon head-on again. Bam! A loud sound could be heard, and the whole arm of the crimson star demon was blown into pieces by the impact. After that, the power of the Hong Jun golden sword remained unchanged, and it continued to pierce the body of the crimson star demon. The crimson star demon was killed straight away. By controlling it with all my divine power, the crimson star demon cannot even take one blow. Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed brilliantly. He could already tell back then that the Hong Jun golden sword was extremely powerful, and it could raise his abilities greatly. However, after mastering it for real, he knew that he was still underestimating the Hong Jun Golden Sword. Let's continue the massacre. Jian Wushuang laughed. As the Hong Jun Golden Sword moved around, it pierced through the bodies of the star demons easily. Even Crimson Star demons were considered weak in front of the Hong Jun Golden Sword. Although there were many normal three-horned star demons, as well as two-horned and one-horned star demons, they were completely helpless in the face of the Hong Jun Golden Sword's massacre. In no time, the hundreds of star demons which were near the Dark River were all massacred by Jian Wushuang, and only one of them remained. The last star demon was a three-horned crimson star demon. Jian Wushuang left this three-horned crimson star demon to the end as he had felt something strong within its body. Jian Wushuang knew that the Blood Mountain sword that he had lost in this piece of land back then was with this three-horned crimson star demon. Moreover, there was a high possibility of it being in its stomach. Star demons had always liked to eat. Moreover, they liked to eat anything, be it human cultivators or their treasures, which included various kinds of weapons. They would be able to swallow them straight away. This was also the same for their fellow comrades. For example, during the 6 massacres by Jian Wushuang back then, where he had killed a huge number of star demons, he did not manage to get many of the demon cores. However, when he came for his next massacre, those demon cores had already disappeared, and it was obvious that they had been eaten by the other star demons. As for the Blood Mountain sword that Jian Wushuang had lost in the Dark Region, it was naturally eaten by the three-horned crimson star demon in front of him. While standing in front of the three-horned crimson star demon, Jian Wushuang could feel the shocking sword essence and anger from the body of the three-horned crimson star demon. Die! Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, and he activated the Hong Jun Golden Sword immediately. By controlling it with his full power, the Hong Jun Golden Sword stabbed the body of the three-horned crimson star demon. The three-horned crimson star demon was killed on the spot. After its body was destroyed, what appeared at the same time as its demon core was a long sword which was shaking madly and releasing an infinite amount of sword essence. The sword was Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword. Little thing, please come over. With a wave of Jian Wushuang's hands, the Blood Mountain sword flew over immediately, and it was caught by Jian Wushuang tightly. Chapter 1680 Leave. Chapter 1680 Leave. Oh, you even know to blame me? Jian Wushuang's smile spread wider. Blood Sword Mountain was an embryo sword, and it was very intelligent. Its sword soul was exactly like a child. Previously, Jian Wushuang had no choice but to lose it in order to make an escape. In the end, it was eaten by a Crimson Star Demon. It was in the Crimson Star Demon's mouth for 100 years, so it of course was upset. All right, I wouldn't lose you again, Jian Wushuang reassured it. As he reassured it, Jian Wushuang collected the surrounding demon cores. The massacre was the most complete massacre. The star demons surrounding the river were killed, and he naturally received a lot of demon cores. After he collected them, Jian Wushuang returned to the independent space. Lord Longqi! Jian Wushuang bowed politely, and the unbelievable mountain before him. The mountain didn't move an inch, but the weird elderly with the golden tail that Longqi had taken the form of suddenly appeared before Jian Wushuang. What's the matter? Longqi looked at Jian Wushuang. I'm here to bid farewell to you, Lord Longqi, Jian Wushuang said. Oh, you're ready to leave? Longqi sounded cold as usual. Yes, Jian Wushuang smiled. Thank you for taking care of me all this time, Lord Longqi. Don't mention it. I only helped you because of your connection with 7 Star Black Sect. Longqi waved his hand and then exhorted. Jian Wushuang, remember this. Do not reveal this place where Master is in a deep sleep after you left. It'd be best if you do not bring up whatever you come across here to another person. I do not want anyone to come and disturb Master's sleep. I will remember this, Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly, then he asked, "Oh yeah, regarding Hong Jun Golden Sword. According to what Lord Long Qi said, I only received the skill for the first form of Hong Jun Golden Sword. Is there a second form?" "A second form? Of course. However, only the real Hong Jun Golden Sword could perform it, not the 9 imitation swords that I have given to you. I do not have the real Hong Jun Golden Sword. So, even if I give you the skill of the second form, you won't be able to use it," Long Qi said. "I see." Jian Wushuang understood. "If so, I shall leave." "Go ahead," Long Qi waved. Jian Wushuang bowed at Long Qi again. At the same time, he bowed at the lofty crystal palace as well. Then he left through the space tunnel. When he arrived at the other end of the space tunnel, which was at the bottom of the Black River, Jian Wushuang realized that the tunnel had already vanished. Obviously, Lord Long Qi had closed the space tunnel. In the future, even Jian Wushuang might not be able to return to the independent space. The independent space belongs to the master of Long Qi. It is where the ancient super expert is sleeping, and no one knows when the superb existence is going to wake up. He might wake up very soon, but he might not even wake up after I pass away, after the eternal chaotic world collapses, and after it enters a brand new era, Jian Wushuang muttered. Regardless, I received a great opportunity in the independent space. I also found out some secrets in ancient times. I am content. In the future, unless my power reaches the level of the experts in ancient times or I find out a method to wake the experts, I definitely will not step foot here again. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and turned to leave. The core region of 8th layer, the dark region. The Black River that Jian Wushuang was in was actually not the deepest place in dark region. It was still considered to be the border. It wasn't far outside of the dark region. Previously, due to the hindrance of star demons, Jian Wushuang couldn't leave even though he knew the way to exit. But then the star demons that were after Jian Wushuang were already massacred. Even if there were some remaining, none would be able to stop Jian Wushuang. On the contrary, they might be killed by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang returned according to the route he had used to enter the dark region. He didn't run into any hindrances along the way. Very soon, Jian Wushuang walked out of the dark region. "I'm finally out." Looking at the void where the black fog was obviously much thinner, Jian Wushuang stretched his body as he sighed emotionally. "Real God Z, I forced you into a desperate situation back then. You had no choice but to run into the dark region and explode yourself to startled star demons to come after me. Your only goal was for us to meet our deaths together, even as an enemy. Your method is simply admirable. If I were to be in the same desperate situation, I might do the same thing that you did. It's a pity that you got dealt a bad hand. Not only did you fail to bring our deaths together, you also led me to more opportunities. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you." Jian Wushuang smiled. If real God Ziyi hadn't led him to the dark region, he definitely wouldn't have broken through and become a stage 2 ultimate real God so soon. Nor would he find the sleeping place of Lord Long Qi's master. Also, he wouldn't find out about 7-star Black Sect, and he wouldn't have received so many opportunities. For instance, comprehension of 7-star picture and Hong Jun Golden Sword. Both were great opportunities. Of course, Jian Wushuang had to thank Real God Z. It was a pity that Real God Z had died so soon. Back when Real God Z and I went into the dark region, Real God Z died, and I lost contact with the lineage of Star entirely. The experts in lineage of Star must be worried sick, Jian Wushuang muttered, and he immediately took out a token. "Hall Master Yuan, how do you do?" Jian Wushuang reported to Hall Master Yuan about his safety. "Jian Wushuang, finally we have news from you. I thought you died." Hall Master Yuan immediately replied, and his voice couldn't conceal his excitement. Just as Jian Wushuang had expected, when Jian Wushuang and Real Godzi lost contact with the outside world. Both Lineage of Star and Soaring Heaven King Palace had been anxious. Especially Lineage of Star, they were especially anxious. After all, Jian Wushuang was the top genius in the history of Lineage of Star. As long as he didn't die, he would be at the level of real god Wu Bei at the weakest. One could well imagine his importance. As for real god Zi, he was merely a top chaotic real god. There were quite a few chaotic real gods like him soaring Heaven King Palace. Although there would be heartache if they lost him, it wouldn't be too huge of a loss to soaring Heaven King Palace overall. My life is tough. How can I die so easily? Jian Wushuang joked. Tell me what happened. Where's real god Zi? Hall Master Yuan asked. Chapter 1681. Jian Wushuang and Soaring Heaven King Palace. Chapter 1681. Jian Wushuang and Soaring Heaven King Palace. Real god Zi Yi died long ago. I killed him. However, he was pretty good. Before he died, he cornered me into a desperate situation, and the space that I was in was sealed off from the outside world entirely. I couldn't send any message for you to come and rescue me, but I could rely on my own capabilities. However, I am lucky enough to be able to survive and escape from a desperate situation alive, Jian Wushuang smiled. Is that so? Hall Master Yuan creased his eyebrows. He knew Jian Wushuang's character well. If even Jian Wushuang had said it was a desperate situation, the encounter must be beyond imagination. Regardless, it's great that you managed to escape. I and all experts from Lineage of Star can finally let out a breath of relief. Hall Master Yuan smiled. Oh yeah, where are you exactly? Let me send the experts from Lineage of Star over immediately to escort you back. Escort? Jian Wushuang refused. There's no need. I can come back on my own. There's no need? Jian Wushuang, I'm afraid you do not know what kind of situation you are in now. Hall Master Yuan smiled faintly. Why? Jian Wushuang couldn't help but ask. 800 years ago, when you were after real god Zi in the core region, it spread across wildfire and it stirred a hubbub. Many higher-ups in Soaring Heaven King Palace were notified, especially when you and real god Zi disappeared. Soaring Heaven King Palace was furious too. They immediately sent many experts to the 8th lair to search for you and real god Zi. They continued to do that for 100 years, and they never stopped. On the contrary, Soaring Heaven King Palace sent more and more experts. They even paid a great price to hire some top chaotic real gods. Their intentions are, firstly, they had a string of hope that real god Zi might not have been dead. Secondly, to kill me? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. I'm glad you know that. From the hunt back then, real god Zi Yi should be dead from the desperate situation. However, although you were lost, you were most likely not dead. Soaring Heaven King Palace has been barbaric all this while. You continuously killed 2 of their chaotic real gods. Why would they let you off the hook? Hall Master Yuan smirked coldly. Hence, it's best that you find a place to hide for now and wait until the experts from Lineage of Star arrive. Over the years, we of Lineage of Star have also sent many experts to the 8th lair to look for you, although not as many as Soaring Heaven King Palace. As long as they are with you, it shouldn't be that easy for Soaring Heaven King Palace to kill you. I see, Jian Wushuang smiled. He understood what Hall Master Yuan meant, but he replied with a smile. Hall Master Yuan, you don't have to go through the trouble. I can return on my own. Jian Wushuang, you, Hall Master Yuan was shocked. Hall Master Yuan, I have something that I have yet to tell you. During the time when I was in a desperate situation, I broke through and became an eternal real god, Jian Wushuang said. Broke through? Hall Master Yuan was surprised. He knew that it didn't take long for Jian Wushuang to break through from universe god to void real god. It was at most a few hundred years. In such a short period, he broke through from being a void real god to become an eternal real god. How did he progress so quickly? Jian Wushuang, are you really confident? Hall Master Yuan was uncertain. Of course, the current me is not someone who could be dealt with so easily, Jian Wushuang said confidently. If so, all right then. However, if you were to fight with the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace, I would still let the surrounding experts from Lineage of Star move in your direction, Hall Master Yuan said. Sure, Jian Wushuang nodded. After texting with Hall Master Yuan, Jian Wushuang let out a breath. He suddenly looked at the end of the boundless, dark void. Soaring Heaven King Palace, I hoped that you'd be wiser. Otherwise, there was boundless chill soaring in Jian Wushuang's eyes. In the boundless, dark void there was cold aura. In a dark land, there were over 20 star demons gathered. Suddenly, there was a silver flowing light that plunged into the star demons like a bolt of lightning. Then a massacre took place. Over 20 star demons were wiped out by the silver flowing light in an instant. The silver flowing light dispersed and revealed a cold-looking elder in silver armor. There was dim light in the cold-looking elder's eyes. He had a smile plastered across his face, but his smile was malicious. Shirgu, you are pretty carefree. You have the intention to kill these star demons. A red-robed figure appeared next to the cold-looking elder from nowhere. The red-robed figure belonged to a handsome young man. The two of them were top chaotic real gods. We have been searching for more than 100 years, but we have never seen real god Ziyi and Jian Wushuang. I reckon that both of them already met death together. It would be a waste of time if we continued to search for them. I might as well spend some time on hunting star demons. The demon cores are good, the cold-looking elder said. Humph! Don't forget that Soaring Heaven King Palace hired you at a great price. It's not right for you to hunt star demons. The red-robed, handsome man's voice was cold. Don't worry. Only hunting a few star demons won't interrupt our main goal, the elder said. The red-robed, handsome man couldn't say anything more. Just then, the cold-looking elder's face suddenly grew solemn. Someone's here. The red-robed, handsome man immediately noticed, and his eyes looked to the void afar at the first instant. There was a figure plunging over slowly. He looked handsome and extremely young. He was in crimson robe, and there was a sword on his back. There was no power, but he let out the aura of an expert at all times. The originally carefree, cold-looking elder and the red-robed, handsome man saw the incomer, and their eyes dilated in shock. This outfit, this appearance. It's Jian Wushuang. It's him. Hall Master, I found Jian Wushuang. He's alive. He is near me. The red-robed, handsome man immediately exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, he instantly sent a message to Soaring Heaven King Palace. We finally found him, and happened to be found by us. The cold-looking elder looked delighted. Let's go. The red-robed, handsome man's eyes shimmered with joy. At the very next moment, the two figures plunged out and instantly appeared in the void before Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, who was traveling forward, could feel the two of them approaching, and he immediately stopped his steps and looked up. So fast! Jian Wushuang smirked and formed a malicious smile. Jian Wushuang, I finally found you. The red-robed handsome man and the cold-looking elder glared at Jian Wushuang, and their eyes boiled with rage. Chapter 1682, Show Dignity. Chapter 1682, Show Dignity. One is real god Qingtian from Soaring Heaven King Palace. As for the other one, Jian Wushuang looked at the other cold-looking elder and squinted his eyes. The resentment between Soaring Heaven King Palace and I have nothing to do with you. Real god Shirgu. It really had nothing to do with me. However, Soaring Heaven King Palace paid a great price, and I am really interested in you, an inverse cultivator. The cold-looking real god Shirgu smiled maliciously. Is that so? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. It seems that the fight between Soaring Heaven King Palace and I is inevitable regardless. That's funny. You killed 2 chaotic real gods from soaring Heaven King Palace. For that incident alone, you deserve to die. The red-robed handsome man, real god Cheng Tian, roared. I deserve to die? I will wait then. Jian Wushuang didn't care. As he spoke, there was a fierce aura that soared from his body. Real god Cheng Tian's face changed. Something's not right. Why? Real god Shirgu asked. His aura, it's an aura that an eternal real god would have. Jian Wushuang already broke through and became an eternal real god. Real god Cheng Tian exclaimed in surprise. What? Real god Shirgu was shocked too. From what they knew, Jian Wushuang had only broken through and become a void real god not too long ago. Just how many years had it been since he had already reached the level of eternal real god? Previously, he was only a void real god and he could kill real god Z. Now that he has broken through again, his power has definitely increased tremendously. He might be able to compare favorably with experts on real god ranking list. With just the 2 of us, we can't do anything about him. Let us retreat for now. When the other experts from soaring Heaven King Palace arrive, hem him in and kill him together. Real god, Cheng Tian said. Real god, Shirgu looked unhappy. Although he was upset, he nodded heavily. He wasn't stupid either, and he wouldn't make fun of his own life. Retreat. The 2 top chaotic real god immediately retreated, and they obviously wanted to give up the idea to fight Jian Wushuang. But just as they turned and wanted to leave, the 2 of you don't need to run. A cold voice suddenly resounded in their heads. Real god Cheng Tian and real god Shirgu looked at everything in front of them in shock. They saw that Jian Wushuang, who was originally far away from them, had taken one leap and appeared in front of them like a bolt of lightning, leaving countless shadows behind him. This speed, real god Cheng Tian and real god Shirgu were astonished. At that very moment, Jian Wushuang lifted his hand. He didn't draw his sword, but merely punched them. Rumble. It was a simple punch, but it contained an extremely terrifying diving power, and it continued to magnify itself in front of them. The divine power alone made the 2 top chaotic real gods quiver in fear. There was an unprecedented terror in their eyes, and they tried their best to withstand it. Then they made a final struggle and performed their attacks, but they were still suppressed by the punch. In the end, they could only watch as Jian Wushuang's fist swung at them. Hall Master, Jian Wushuang. Real god Cheng Tian didn't even send one a complete message in time. Bang! Bang! The fist was magnified by a few folds. Then it landed on both real god Cheng Tian and real god Shirgu's heads at the same time. Instantly, both of their heads popped. The 2 top chaotic real god instantly died. Divine power comparable favorably with an almighty. It's pretty easy to kill an ordinary chaotic real god. Jian Wushuang looked at the 2 cold dead bodies that fell as a smile spread across his face. He didn't use any skill on purpose with the earlier punch, merely his own divine power. He had merely suppressed them using his divine power, and the 2 top chaotic real gods had been eliminated. That was the huge difference in power between an almighty and a chaotic real god. As the 2 real gods saw me, I was definite that they sent my location to soaring Heaven King Palace. It seems that in no time there'll be other experts from soaring Heaven King Palace here soon. Jian Wushuang smiled as he took all the treasures from the 2 real gods into his own Qian Kun ring. Soaring Heaven King Palace, come on. Soaring Heaven King Palace in a lofty palace. Real god Cheng Tian sent a message. They saw Jian Wushuang. Soaring Heaven King Palace Master. That's great. I finally found that son of a bitch. They found Jian Wushuang. How about Ziyi? The higher-ups of soaring Heaven King Palace in the hall became anxious. Real god Cheng Tian only saw Jian Wushuang, but didn't see Ziyi around. If I'm not mistaken, Ziyi should have passed. A golden-robed man who looked cold raged furiously. Jian Wushuang killed 2 chaotic real gods from soaring Heaven King Palace. Regardless, he has to die. Send down my command. All experts from soaring Heaven King Palace must immediately rush to where real god Cheng Tian is. Yes, there was someone who took the order immediately to send down his command. Hold on. The golden-robed man suddenly waved, and there was anger in his eyes. He had received the incomplete message that real god Cheng Tian had sent before he had died. Real god Cheng Tian has already died. Besides, real god Shergu, who was with him in the 8th lair, should be dead too, the golden-robed man said in a low voice. What? The higher-ups of soaring Heaven King Palace who were standing at a lower platform were angry. Real god Cheng Tian and real god Shergu were both top chaotic real gods, with the 2 of them joining forces. Unless one was an expert that possessed fighting power of an expert on real god ranking list, it would definitely be impossible for him to kill 2 of them in such a short period of time. Jian Wushuang possibly already possesses the fighting power of one on the real god ranking list. Maybe he has other experts around him who have the fighting power of one on the real god ranking list. The golden-robed man said coldly, Send my command down. Tell all experts of soaring Heaven King Palace to not take action recklessly before gathering enough power. Do not fight with Jian Wushuang. Even if Jian Wushuang takes the initiative to find them, try to avoid him. Wait until we gather a formation that is sufficient to kill him. Then we will hem him in. Also, tell Han Quan to return from the 6th lair and head over to the 8th lair together to kill Jian Wushuang. And tell them that from real god Guing to real god Zi and now real god Cheng Tian, we soaring Heaven King Palace has 3 chaotic real gods that died in Jian Wushuang's hands. It is a great humiliation to soaring Heaven King Palace. If Jian Wushuang doesn't die, where will soaring Heaven King Palace's dignity be? Hence, in the next fight, not only should we kill Jian Wushuang, we also have to show our dignity. We have to let Sanctuary Alliance and all forces in Eternal Chaotic World know what is the outcome of offending soaring Heaven King Palace. In the fight, no matter what kind of obstacle we run into, with the involvement of experts from Lineage of Star, we should hold no scruples and kill everyone. Chapter 1683, Great Movement. Chapter 1683, Great Movement. Soaring Heaven King Palace Master sent down his command, and it instantly stirred up a great commotion in soaring Heaven King Palace, especially the last part of soaring Heaven King Palace's speech. Regardless of the intervention, have no scruples, kill them all. He had even highlighted Lineage of Star in his command. Soaring Heaven King Palace obviously wanted to establish their dignity in the fight. As they intended to do so, they had to show everyone. Hence, they had sent the command without covering up and spread it directly. 1. It spread to Thunderbolt Island as well as the entire Sanctuary Alliance. It instantly caused a hubbub in Sanctuary Alliance. To kill the number 1 genius from Lineage of Star without having any scruples? Even if the experts from Lineage of Star get involved, kill them all? Soaring Heaven King Palace is trying to start a fight with Lineage of Star? They are definitely starting a fight. Jian Wushuang is Lineage of Star's precious one. Lineage of Star wouldn't let anything happen to him. They definitely will send a bunch of experts to rescue him. By then, they definitely would fight with Soaring Heaven King Palace directly. Soaring Heaven King Palace is very strong. However, ever since Lineage of Star got the 2 white blaze fruit trees, their foundation and power haven't been much weaker than Soaring Heaven King Palace's. If the 2 overlords were to fight with one another, TSK, that'd be interesting. Countless top experts from all forces of Sanctuary Alliance found out about the news as well. Everyone was looking forward to the fight. Among Sanctuary Alliance, there were great forces that had gotten into war because of their disputes. It was very common. There were even times when forces had been exterminated from it. All forces in Sanctuary Alliance were used to it since long ago. Now they were just watching the two overlords. In the core region of the 8th layer, swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace, who were scattered around the core region looking for Jian Wushuang, received the command, they rushed over to the location of real God Qingtian immediately. Plus, they were informed about real God Qingtian and real God Shirgu's deaths. Hence, they were taking action in groups, very cautiously. In the void, there were 3 figures plunging forward. The 3 of them were top chaotic real gods. There was one that had come from Soaring Heaven King Palace. As for the other 2, they were solo experts hired by Soaring Heaven King Palace. In Eternal Chaotic World, there were many powerful solo experts who were unafraid of all forces. As long as the price offered was high enough, they wouldn't even care if they had to offend other major forces. After all, it wouldn't be that easy if the major forces wanted to kill them as well. Then, in order to kill Jian Wushuang, Soaring Heaven King Palace had hired more than 10 solo experts. The 3 people who were plunging forward at high speed suddenly stopped. A gray-robed old lady who was in the middle turned to look in the dark void behind. I wonder who are the few that have been tailing the 3 of us? What's the purpose? The gray-robed old lady looked fragile, but her voice was bright and contained power that spread in all directions. Then the experts who followed the 3 of them never revealed themselves, but there was a burst of laughter. Old monsterling, xia, we don't want to do anything. We just want to watch. After all, we don't know where Jian Wushuang is. We can only find him if we follow you. Yeah, go ahead with yours. We will not get involved in the fight between you and Lineage of Star. A fight between Soaring Heaven King Palace and Lineage of Star. It's a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. We don't want to miss it. The gray-robed old lady squinted her eyes when she heard the laughter. If everyone is really here to watch, go ahead and follow us. Let me say this first. If any of you think of getting involved when the fight starts, Soaring Heaven King Palace won't let any of you off the hook, the gray-robed old lady said. Then, she turned to continue to rush her journey. Ling Xia, wouldn't it be too great of a move that Soaring Heaven King Palace is pulling? An expert who was flying alongside the gray-robed lady asked casually. Soaring Heaven King Palace is trying to show dignity. Naturally, the more spectators the merrier, the other person said with a smirk. Stop joking. We are nearing the location of Jian Wushuang. By then, we'll rely heavily on the 2 of you, the gray-robed old lady said. Don't you worry about it. As the 2 of us agreed to help Soaring Heaven King Palace, we will naturally give our best shot. The 2 of them agreed heartily. Then Soaring Heaven King Palace took the initiative to attack, and it spread like wildfire in Sanctuary Alliance. Those experts who were wandering in the 8th layer naturally knew about it too. Hence, they purposely rushed over as well. Plus, there were many pairs of eyes in Sanctuary Alliance who were watching the upcoming fight closely. The fight could be said to be a public attraction. In boundless darkness, there was a barren land with no signs of life. Jian Wushuang didn't opt to plunge into the void, but walked step by step on the land. He walked very slowly. It had been a few days since he had killed real God Qingtian and real God Shirgu. Over the past few days, he had walked for less than 10,000 miles. It was as though he didn't move at all, but was waiting for strong opponents to come by. In actual fact, he was really waiting for the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Jian Wushuang, my friend, the movement that you have caused is extraordinary. There was an expert from Soaring Heaven King Palace who sent me a message earlier. They offered me a great price for me to assist them to kill you. Honestly, Soaring Heaven King Palace lives up to their reputation as a top major force. They were very generous in their offer. Even I was very tempted. Haha, Brother Pinghua, did you agree with them? Jian Wushuang and real God Pinghua were chatting casually. Don't you know me yet? I never make trouble with anyone else. Even if there are benefits, I would never offend anyone for no reason. Plus, we're friends to begin with. Why would I fight with you for some offered benefits? Real God, Penghua laughed. That's a pity. I thought I would have a chance to fight Brother Penghua, Jian Wushuang joked. You want to fight with me? Head to Thunderbolt Island, and we can do that. By then, we can even catch up over a drink. Real God Penghua was very enthusiastic. No problem. Jian Wushuang nodded, but he suddenly paused. Brother Penghua, talk to you later. The experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace have found me, Jian Wushuang replied. Be careful. Soaring Heaven King Palace aren't nice people to offend, Real God Penghua exhorted. They aren't nice, but I am not either. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. Then he cut off his connection with Real God Penghua. On the land in darkness, Jian Wushuang lifted his eyes and looked in one direction. His soul power had already detected the 3 approaching auras from the direction. The 3 auras belonged to 3 top chaotic real gods. Chapter 1684, Formation. Chapter 1684, Formation. The experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace have learned their lessons. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. The 3 top chaotic real gods who appeared within the coverage of his soul power stopped nearby, but didn't come nearer to fight with him. It was obvious that they intended to wait for more experts to gather. When they had a stronger formation, they'd attack him. Jian Wushuang couldn't be bothered. He pretended that he didn't notice the 3 experts and continued to move forward slowly. As time passed, there were more and more experts that appeared around Jian Wushuang. The experts who were from Soaring Heaven King Palace and those who were hired by Soaring Heaven King Palace made a total of 7. A total of 7 top chaotic real god, and 2 had the power of one who was extremely close in fighting power of one on the real god ranking list. Such a formation was very strong. However, Soaring Heaven King Palace wasn't in a hurry to attack him. Jian Wushuang, Real God Huan Yu and I are nearby. There was suddenly a message. Oh, Real God Duan Yen. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Real God Duan Yen and Real God Huan, you were 2 tops chaotic real gods in Lineage of Star. When the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace were approaching Jian Wushuang, the experts from Lineage of Star naturally followed. However, in terms of formation, the difference was vast. It wasn't because there was a vast difference between Lineage of Star and Soaring Heaven King Palace, but because Lineage of Star didn't pay a great price to hire experts for help. Hall Master Yuan wanted to do so, but Jian Wushuang had rejected him. We're doomed. Soaring Heaven King Palace has already gathered 7 top chaotic real gods around himself. Even an expert on real god ranking list has to avoid such a team formation. The 3 of us won't be able to match evenly, Real God Duan Yen said in a low voice. Maybe, Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. Jian Wushuang, these experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace came for you. Why don't you look anxious at all? Real God Duan Yen was shocked at his calmness. It will eventually come anyway. What's the use of being anxious? Jian Wushuang smiled, but didn't care. You're so positive, Real God Duan Yen pouted, but suddenly. There were suddenly 3 more fierce auras that popped into the range of Jian Wushuang's soul power coverage. The 3 auras quickly gathered with the other 7 experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Another 3? Real God Duan Yen was shocked. Shit. Real God Huan Yu looked solemn. Previously, there were only 7 top chaotic real gods, and they were already far beyond what we could withstand. But now there are another 3, a total of 10 top chaotic real gods. Among them, there are 2 who are extremely close to real god ranking list. This team formation is terrifying. Jian Wushuang, hurry up and run. Huan Yu and I will try our best to help you, Real God Duan Yen said. I will perform Heart of Sea Region in collaboration with Realm Treasure. I should be able to hold them back for a while. You seize the chance, Real God Huan Yu said. The two real gods were obviously anxious. Actually, you don't have to. Jian Wushuang had yet to finish his sentence. They are going to attack. Real god Duan Yan's gaze fixed. In the dark void before Jian Wushuang, the 10 figures flew over at the same time at an extremely fast speed. The aura of the 10 figures was shockingly strong. The moment one moves, he immediately attracted the attention of the experts in the surrounding void. They are attacking. Soaring Heaven King Palace is finally attacking. They gathered a total of 10 top chaotic real gods before they attack. Soaring Heaven King Palace is cautious. Among the 10 top chaotic real gods, there are 2 who are extremely close to real god ranking list. Such a team formation, even if a true expert on real god ranking list came across this formation, I reckon he could only turn and flee. The experts that had gathered in the nearby void to watch were getting excited. They followed the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace to watch the fight. They want to witness a top geniuses passing with their own eyes. In the dark void, the top chaotic real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace appeared in the void before Jian Wushuang, and they let out a billowing, murderous intention. Jian Wushuang, you have to die. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the terrifying explosion noise, there was boundless divine might that pressed at Jian Wushuang. However, before they could get close to Jian Wushuang, there was suddenly a lady in white that appeared before Jian Wushuang. The lady in white was graceful. She held a sword in her left hand and a unique compass in her right hand. Heart of Sea Region. Whirling World. Rumble. Sea water in jade green swept out and flooded the universe. Instantly, it formed billowing waves that were tens of thousands zhang tall. The billowing waves lapped and covered the 10 experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace. That is real God Huan Yu, from Lineage of Star. Real God Duan Yen is here too. The 2 of them want to stop us so that Jian Wushuang will have a chance to flee. Humph. Dream on. Palace Master commanded that we hold no scruples. As the experts from Lineage of Star dare to get involved, we will kill them altogether. Die. The 10 top chaotic real god took out their divine weapons simultaneously. At the same time, there were various auras that spread out. Some were like scorching hot flames, others like sturdy mountains. There were even some who wielded their huge axes and slashed the first 10,000 tall waves that swept at them. Jian Wushuang, let's hurry up and leave. Real God Duan Yen roared. Real God Huan Yu, and he wanted to flee at first instant. The 2 of them had never thought of fighting head-on with the 10 top chaotic real god. That was simply courting death. However, just as they prepared to leave, Jian Wushuang, who stood on the dark land, suddenly lifted his head and his cold eyes let out 2 substantiated lights as he looked at the 10 top chaotic real gods. Suddenly, there was an instant murderous intention that soared up. Swoosh! A ghostly figure burst out and left behind countless shadows in the void. The ghostly figure pierced Sea of Heart region that real god Huan Yu performed and appeared before the 10 top chaotic real gods. The sight shocked the experts at the scene, including those experts who were watching in the dark. They were all astonished. Everyone could tell that real god Huan Yu had performed Sea of Heart region and Whirling World with his all in order to create a chance for Jian Wushuang to flee and survive. Everyone thought so, including real god Huan Yu and real god Duan Yen themselves. But in the end, Jian Wushuang didn't run away, but barged out alone. He came before the 10 top chaotic real gods. Chapter 1685. 10 Real Gods. Chapter 1685. 10 Real Gods. Jian Wushuang. Real God Duan Yen and real God Huan Yu saw Jian Wushuang's action, and they were shocked. Especially real God Huan Yu. It wasn't easy for her to perform Sea of Heart region and Whirling World at the same time. As for the 10 top chaotic real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace, they were first astonished. Then they laughed. Jian Wushuang is courting death. If the 10 of us team up, even if he really has the fighting power of one on real God ranking list, he will only be suppressed. As he wants to die, I shall grant him his wish. Die. The 10 real gods had murderous intention billowing, and their cold gazes were fixed upon Jian Wushuang. The following scene made the 10 real gods, starred with their eyes wide open. Jian Wushuang appeared in front of them and pointed with his right index finger. Rumble. There was boundless divine power gathering. Instantly, there was a huge hand that seemed to appear from ancient times. The huge index finger pointed with a layer of dim light as though it contained a complete reincarnation doctrine. Ancient God's 5th finger. Get through difficulty finger. The huge finger pressed over, and the 10 real gods stunned. Not only them, but also real gods Duan Yen and real god Huan Yu afar, including the experts hidden in the nearby void, were all dumbfounded. Too powerful. The power contained in the finger was too powerful. It was so powerful that it exceeded the top chaotic real god level. Even on the real god ranking list, there were definitely very few who could perform an attack of such a level. The strength of the one finger had yet to explode entirely. Merely an attack could make all 10 real gods from soaring Heaven King Palace feel like their scalps were tearing. Power! How could it be so powerful? Real god Duan Yin muttered. He didn't know that Jian Wushuang's divine power was at the level of an almighty's. He performed ancient god's 5th finger with his divine power of an almighty level. How could it not be powerful? Hurry up. Don't just stand there. Work together to block this finger. A raging voice suddenly rang from the 10 real gods. The 10 real gods immediately came back to reality and took action one after another. As top chaotic real god, they were all experts in each corner of eternal chaotic world. However, the 10 chaotic real gods took action simultaneously and performed their killer tactics, just to block the huge finger that was attacking them. However, even though the 10 of them had joined forces, the outcome was bang! There was a ferocious noise that shook heaven and earth. The space-time exploded entirely. At the same time as the space-time exploded. Poof! 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 The 10 real gods spurted out a mouthful of blood, and 10 figures flew back from the impact. He fought against 10 alone head-on, but in the end, the 10 real gods were defeated. Just as the 10 real gods flew back from the impact, Blood Mountain's sword appeared in Jian Wushuang's hand, and there was suddenly a terrifying sword intention and murderous intention. Swoosh! With boundless shadows, Jian Wushuang's figure appeared before a top chaotic real god who was closest to him. Then Blood Mountain's sword in his hand was swung out mercilessly. The sword was swung like a bolt of lightning that contained fierce divine power that an almighty had, and also with the power of reincarnation. Be careful! There was someone who shouted a reminder in time from the side. The brawny man in red armor was shocked. He immediately wielded the saber in his hand and slashed. He wanted to block Jian Wushuang's stroke. Dang! There was a low thud, and the saber in the brawny man's hand flew out. The cold sword light pierced the brawny man's head. After it killed the brawny man, the cold sword light didn't grow weaker, but continued to slash at the black-haired, graceful lady behind. What? The black-haired, graceful lady never thought that the sword light would continue to swing at her. Hence, she couldn't dodge in time. Pissed, the sword light pierced the black-haired, graceful lady's body and dispersed gradually. The sight shocked everyone on the spot. It was a fierce finger earlier that suppressed 10 real gods head-on. Then it was a close sword stroke, a casual stroke that killed 2 top chaotic real gods directly. What kind of fighting power was that? Quang! The figure moved in a ghostly fashion again. It brought along boundless shadows and appeared behind a black-haired, brawny elder. The same stroke with fierce divine power, merely suppressing one with force. Although the black-haired, brawny man withstood it with his all, He was killed by Jian Wushuang with one stroke. Quang! 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 His ghostly figure continued to move, and he continued to swing out sword lights. Every stroke contained murderous intention. Pissed! 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 The figures were slashed or pierced one after another at an unbelievable speed. In an instant, less than a breath's time, the entire void resumed tranquility. In the dark void, Jian Wushuang stood there coldly and slowly put Blood Mountain's sword in its scabbard. Surrounding him were 9 floating, cold, dead bodies. Although they were dead, there was fierce divine power left in the bodies, which was the reason their bodies didn't fall below instantly. Jian Wushuang lifted his head to look in one direction. At the end of his sight, there was a black-robed old lady. The black-robed old lady was real godling Xie from Soaring Heaven King Palace. "You are quite lucky," Jian Wushuang broke into a smile. The smile looked just like a demon's smile in real godling Xie's eyes. She saw the 9 cold, dead bodies floating around Jian Wushuang. There was astonishment and unprecedented glee in her eyes. She should be glad that she was lucky and fast enough in her response that she could escape in time. Otherwise, she definitely would be one of the dead bodies. In the nearby void, the experts hidden in the dark became quiet. Everyone was looking at Jian Wushuang, who was standing right in the middle of the void. With his power alone, he matched evenly with 10 top chaotic real gods. Among them, there were 2 peak experts who were extremely close to real god ranking list. But in the end, in an instant, less than a breath's time, 9 out of the 10 real gods were massacred. There was only real godling Xie, who survived through sheer luck. Astonishing, shocking. Everyone found it unbelievable. One should know just how great a formation it was with 10 top chaotic real gods joining forces. Even if it were expert on real god ranking list, those who were on higher ranking, they should be able to match evenly. However, they were fighting against Jian Wushuang and they were massacred directly. Plus, the speed of massacre was extremely fast. Jian Wushuang, real god Duanyan and real god Huanyu appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, and the 2 of them were astonished. Jian Wushuang flashed a smile at the 2 of them. "I wanted to tell you earlier that actually we don't have to flee." Chapter 1686, Rage. Chapter 1686, Rage. Hearing what Jian Wushuang had said, real god Duanyan and real god Huan, you didn't know if they should cry or laugh. If they were to know that Jian Wushuang was that powerful, they of course wouldn't need to flee. Most importantly, Jian Wushuang had never once showed his power. Although they heard that he had killed real god Qingtian and real god Shergu, no one showed the fight after all. Nor did anyone know how Jian Wushuang or what measure Jian Wushuang took to kill the 2 real gods. Hence, his power was still a mystery. Until then, when Jian Wushuang had put his true power on display. The moment he revealed it, it shocked heaven and earth. "Let's go then," Jian Wushuang said. Real god Duanyan and real god Huanyu exchanged a look and followed Jian Wushuang as he left. From the beginning until the end, Jian Wushuang's expression had been fairly calm. To him then, the top chaotic real gods were not challenging at all. Forget if there were 10 top chaotic real gods who teamed up. Even if there were 20, he could easily massacre them. He naturally wouldn't be smug with success with his battle achievements. He didn't care, but the others cared. 10 top chaotic real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace besieged Jian Wushuang, and he massacred 9 real gods directly in less than a breath's time with his power alone. The news immediately transformed into a shocking storm and swept across the entire Sanctuary Alliance. In Sanctuary Alliance, all forces and solo experts knew that Soaring Heaven King Palace and Lineage of Star were going to fight long ago. Hence, they were anticipating the result too. However, when the news about the fight spread, the experts in Sanctuary Alliance were dumbfounded. No one had expected that Jian Wushuang would be able to massacre 9 top real gods with his power alone. There was no one who expected that Jian Wushuang's power would have increased at such a large scale in merely 100 years. It was simply unbelievable. To Soaring Heaven King Palace, the bad news hit them like a thunderbolt. Their original intention in the fight had been to show dignity and serve as a deterrent force to all forces. But in the end, they had suffered such a great loss. Even though among the 9 top chaotic real gods, there were 7 solo experts who were hired by Soaring Heaven King Palace. Soaring Heaven King Palace had lost 2 of their chaotic real gods. To Soaring Heaven King Palace, it was a great loss. On top of that, in addition to those that Jian Wushuang had killed earlier, they had suffered an even greater loss. Soaring Heaven King Palace Master was furious. Jian Wushuang has to die. We have to split his dead body. Then we will be able to wash away the humiliation of Soaring Heaven King Palace. Where's Han Quan? Tell him to hurry up and rush over immediately. In the core region of the 8th layer, Jian Wushuang continued to plunge forward in the void casually, while Real God Duanyan and Real God Huanyu followed behind him. Real God Ling Xia continued to follow us. It seems that Soaring Heaven King Palace didn't plan to end just like that. Real God Duanyan glanced the far void. Soaring Heaven King Palace has always been barbaric. They suffer such a great loss for me. How could they just let me off the hook? Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang, you know that Soaring Heaven King Palace will continue to send experts to come and kill you, but you travel so slowly in the void. Even I am wondering if you are intentionally waiting for the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace to catch up. Real God Huanyu suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's actions were really strange. Ever since he had revealed himself, he had been acting strange. If the other experts were to know that Soaring Heaven King Palace, such a major force, was after them, they would definitely opt to run away at the first instant. They would seize the time to return to Lineage of Star or Thunderbolt Island. If so, no matter how capable Soaring Heaven King Palace was, they couldn't do anything. But how about Jian Wushuang? He had been walking in the core region casually and at a slow speed. As though he was taking a casual stroll in his backyard, he was not worried at all. That was, of course, abnormal. Jian Wushuang, what's going on? Real God Duanyan looked at Jian Wushuang curiously. Jian Wushuang smiled without concealing it. I am a person who makes a clear distinction between kindnesses and wrongs. As I am already fighting against Soaring Heaven King Palace, I might as well fight till the end, until they are willing to yield, admit defeat, or even be exterminated. Soaring Heaven King Palace wanted to show dignity through me, right? I happened to want to kill them. Hearing what Jian Wushuang had said, Real God Duanyan and Real God Huan, you couldn't help but gasp. It was true. Jian Wushuang had done it on purpose. Just then, Jian Wushuang stopped his steps. Then he wore a strange smile on his face. Why? Real God Duanyan looked. Hall Master Yuan sent me a message earlier that Real God Han Quan has entered the 8th layer. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Real God Han Quan? Real God Duanyan was shocked. The 11th place on Real God ranking list. Real God Huanyu was shocked. Real God ranking list was the same as Universe God ranking list. There was a total of 100 experts. They were also made of chaotic real gods. However, their fighting powers were far beyond any ordinary top chaotic real gods. It was just like Universe Gods on Universe God ranking list. The real gods listed on Real God ranking list were those on the top of the pyramid. Many experts on Real God ranking list were from various forces in Sanctuary Alliance. Of course, there were many solo experts as well. As Soaring Heaven King Palace was one of the top major forces, they naturally had real gods listed on Real God ranking list, and they had a total of 2, which was one more than Lineage of Star had. One of the two experts on Real God ranking list from Soaring Heaven King Palace was Real God Han Quan. He was extremely high in ranking on the Real God ranking list. He was listed in the 11th place, extremely close to the top 10 super experts. One should know that Lei Chao from Lineage of Star was ranked 20 places lower in Real God ranking list. Real God Han Quan was slightly stronger than Lei Chao. Real God ranking list, the higher their ranking, the scarier they are. Those in the top 10 are definitely superb existences of a monstrous level. Although they couldn't compare to almighties, they aren't far from one. Although Real God Han Quan isn't in the top 10, he is merely one step away. Soaring Heaven King Palace sent him. Real God Duan Yen looked cold. Jian Wushuang, what can we do? Real God Huan Yu asked solemnly. What can we do? Jian Wushuang smiled. Then he sat down on the ground. Don't panic. We will just wait for him to come here. What? Real God Duan Yen and Real God Huan Yu were astonished. Jian Wushuang had found out that Real God Han Quan was coming, but not only was he not worried, he had sat down directly and waited for his arrival. Is he trying to? Real God Duan Yen and Real God Huan Yu exchanged a look. The two of them could guess Jian Wushuang's plan. From their viewpoint, it seemed a little mad. Chapter 1687, Arrival. Chapter 1687, Arrival. At a wasteland in the core region of the 8th layer. Swoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a young man with a slightly emaciated and pale body. His body was also filled with coldness, as if he were the abysmal hell himself. After coming to the wasteland, he closed his eyes and waited quietly in his position. Half a day later, another figure descended abruptly. This person was a giant-like, purple-robed old man who was close to 3 meters tall. Real God Han Quan. Have I kept you waiting for a long time? The purple-robed old man laughed heartily. Real God Han Quan, who was the young man with a body filled with coldness, opened his eyes and looked at the person who had come. I originally thought that you would need at least a few days to get here. However, you only took half a day. Seems like your murderous intent toward Jian Wushuang is no less than the Soaring Heaven King Palace's. Humph! Everyone knows about the grudge between me and the Lineage of Star. Since such an impressive genius has appeared in the Lineage of Star this time around, I naturally cannot allow him to continue to grow and become the second Star Palace Master of the Lineage of Star, the purple-robed old man said coldly. That Jian Wushuang is indeed extremely talented. However, it's a pity that he is too arrogant. I have gotten news that he is currently sitting down quietly somewhere in the core region, and it is obvious that he is waiting for me, Real God Han Quan said. Waiting for you? The purple-robed old man raised his eyebrows. Previously, the Soaring Heaven King Palace gathered 10 top chaotic real gods, which included 2 experts who were extremely close to the Real God ranking list, so that they could team up and kill him. However, they were almost wiped out by him in the end. With such abilities, it should be enough for him to rank at the very front of the Real God ranking list, and he is probably not that far from me. Since our abilities are quite close, Jian Wushuang is naturally not afraid of me. Real God Han Quan continued speaking. However, he will never expect that apart from me, you will also be going to kill him. If both of us were to team up, even if it were experts in the top 10 of the Real God ranking list, we would still be able to kill them. Hence, this Jian Wushuang will definitely die, the purple-robed old man laughed. Even if the both of us are unable to kill him, the Soaring Heaven King Palace has also prepared another trump card. With that, he will still die. Real God Han Quan's eyes were shining with a cold light. Since that's the case, let's not delay this anymore and head over there quickly, the purple-robed old man said. All right. Real God Han Quan nodded his head. After that, both of them headed for Jian Wushuang's location immediately. In the barren dark land, Jian Wushuang was sitting down quietly with his legs crossed, and his eyes were closed as well. Real God Duan Yen and real God Huan Yu stayed beside Jian Wushuang. At present, the void nearby still has many experts. All of them knew that the matter this time round would not come to an end yet. They have come. Jian Wushuang, who was sitting down on the ground with his legs crossed, opened his eyes abruptly, and a shrill light flashed in his eyes. Many experts who were near the area of void also noticed the two figures who were speeding over from afar immediately. Two of them. One of them is real God Han Quan, but who is the other person? All the experts were baffled. In no time, the two figures which were speeding over appeared in front of them. Among them, real God Han Quan naturally did not require much explanation. As for the other person, he was the purple-robed old man who was close to 3 meters tall. As soon as they saw the purple-robed old man, many of the experts present were shocked. The expressions of both real God Duanyen and real God Huan Yu also changed greatly. Jiugong, monarch of Jiugong, a holy kingdom. It's real God Jiugong. Gosh, real God Jiugong has come as well. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Similarly, real God Jiugong was an expert of the real God ranking list. Moreover, his ranking was higher than real God Han Quan's. He was a super existence who was ranked 5th on the real God ranking list. Furthermore, everyone knew that there was a huge grudge between real God Jiugong and the lineage of Star, and the grudge could also be said to be unresolved without death. For example, experts of the lineage of Star dared not step into the base of real God Jiugong. Jiugong, holy kingdom. Of course, real God Jiugong also dared not appear in the Purple Moon Sanctuary. However, for the clash this time around, the main characters were Jian Wushuang and the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Hence, no one expected the Soaring Heaven King Palace to actually hire real God Jiugong over as well. 2 real gods with one ranked 5th and the other ranked 11th on the real God ranking list. If they were to team up, the results would be many eyes of sympathy looked toward Jian Wushuang. However, when Jian Wushuang saw the 2 experts of the real God ranking list in front of him, he was not flustered at all. Instead, he wore a smile. It will only be interesting like this. As Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently, he stood up slowly. Swoosh, swoosh. Real God Jiugong and real God Han Quan appeared in front of Jian Wushuang at the same time, and they were standing less than 100 miles away from him. Ha! I heard a long time ago that an exceptional inverse cultivator had appeared in the lineage of Star. Today, I am finally fortunate enough to see you. Real God Jiugong was laughing loudly. Real God Jiugong, we have actually met once before, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Oh, real God Jiugong frowned. Do you remember real God Longqing and his group of people who you met tens of thousands of years ago when the Blood Demon Church was destroyed in your Jiugong, holy kingdom? And that within real God Longqing and his group of people, there was a normal person without any divine power? Jian Wushuang said. Real God Jiugong started to recall at once. In the next moment, his eyes turned grave. Is that the normal old man from back then? That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. I am the one who hired real God Longqing and his group of people of destruction, the Blood Demon Church. However, I did not expect the inverse cultivation test for the 3rd heaven to descend at that point in time. Hence, I lost all my divine power and became an extremely weak, white-haired old man. And at that point in time I met you. However, it's a pity that you did not recognize me. If I see. Seems like I carelessly let you off back then. However, it doesn't matter as I merely allowed you to live another tens of thousands of years longer. Today you still have to die. Real God, Jiugong bellowed. Real God Jiugong. There's no need to continue saying unnecessary things to him. Let's attack straight away and kill him. Real God Han Quan had a threatening and murderous look. All right, real God Jiugong also nodded his head earnestly. At once, two frightening auras burst forth abruptly, and they headed for Jian Wushuang right away. The surrounding universe became quiet instantly as well. Jian Wushuang, both real God Duanyan and real God Huan, you looked toward Jian Wushuang. This is not a battle that both of you can participate in. Please retreat to the side first, Jian Wushuang said apathetically. Real God Duanyan and real God Huan, you looked at each other, and both of them felt helpless. Although both of them were top chaotic real gods, they still do not have the right to participate in a battle between experts in the real god ranking list. In particular, a battle between experts at the very front of the real god ranking list. Please be careful. After real God Duanyan spoke, he retreated far away with real God Huanyu. In the dark land, Jian Wushuang was holding his blood mountain sword tightly with one hand and looking at the two experts in front of him with his eyes filled with excitement. Come, let me see how strong the experts, ranked 5th and 11th in the real god ranking list are. Chapter 1688, 1 verses 2. Chapter 1688, 1 verses 2. The void had stiffened long ago. The experts hidden in the surroundings were holding their breath as they anticipated. Suddenly, kill! Real God Han Quan let out an angry bellow. In the instant the bellow stopped, real God Han Quan and real God Jiogong suddenly pounded out. Look! Real God Jiogong was covered in strong extermination aura, just like a demon who was going to destroy heaven and earth as he held a thick black saber in his hand. Green God extermination! Rumble! Heaven and earth shook. Real God Jiogong held the black saber in his hand, and it was in constant miraculous movement. Every miraculous movement it made gave out a suffocating power explosion. There was a total of 15 moves, and the black saber in his hand slashed 15 times as well. Jian Wushuang was still standing on the ground while the 15 earth-shattering blade lights were flying towards him. Every single one of the 15 blade lights could easily kill a top chaotic real god. Every single one of them was enough to strike fear in the experts at the surrounding of the battlefield. Jian Wushuang glared, and there was a boundless divine power that soared up. He leaped and wielded Blood Mountain Sword. Dang! 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 There was continuous clashing noises. Every single clash broke the void. Heaven and earth were engulfed in an extermination storm. The power dispersed after the 15 clashes while Jian Wushuang continued to stand erect in the extermination storm. Your skill with a knife is pretty good. It's a pity that you lack the strength, Jian Wushuang smiled. This boy, real God Jiogong's face changed. His green god extermination, 15 continuous attacks of blade light. One was stronger than the other. When performed with full power, even the top 10 experts on the real god ranking list would find it difficult to withstand. However, Jian Wushuang took the attack so lightly and easily. Die! Another cold roar suddenly rang. The void behind Jian Wushuang was pierced all of a sudden. The entire heaven and earth instantly turned murky. Among the murky heaven and earth, a dim light suddenly flashed and flew past the void. Jian Wushuang stood there, and he could faintly hear tens of thousands of dragons roaring all together. At the same time, there was a terrifying chill. He was too lazy to even look to the back, but slashed with his sword backhandedly. A simple stroke, but it contained the boundless divine power of an almighty. He pressed his opponent with pressure. Bong! There was a loud thud, and the universe resumed normalcy. The light grew dim, and real God Han Quan's body flew backwards. Such strong power! Real God Han Quan looked shocked as he bellowed, Jiogong, this boy is very strong, far stronger than us. But his comprehension of power of heaven isn't high. Don't compete in strength. Rely on techniques to kill him. Understand, real God Jiogong's gaze grew cold, and the extermination aura rose again. The boundless extermination aura soared up and instantly formed a tens of thousands of Zhang tall extermination beast in the void. The extermination beast roared and then opened its mouth. Pew! 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 One after another, extermination light shot towards Jian Wushuang. The extermination lights weren't exactly powerful, but they were extremely fast. The direction which the lights were shot into were cunningly tricky too. As for real God Zhu Gong himself, he turned into a cloud of fog and hovered away. Jian Wushuang gripped Blood Mountain sword tightly with his right hand while his left hand quivered and exploded with a fierce divine power. It instantly shattered the void before him, and the extermination lights that were aiming at him broke apart too. However, after they broke, the extermination beast that let out the lights instantly turned into a huge yet strange realm and expanded towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. He realized that in this realm, his sight was greatly hindered. He could only see at most 10 miles surrounding him. Not only that, his soul power had been restricted in a similar fashion. Interesting, Jian Wushuang smiled. Virum. The void shook and a stream of darkness suddenly pounded him. Simultaneously, a blade light that contained boundless extermination power appeared next to Jian Wushuang out of nowhere and slammed at Jian Wushuang, head directly. Even Jian Wushuang was shocked by the sudden slash, but he managed to respond in time. He suddenly turned and wielded Blood Mountain sword. The sword instantly dispersed the incoming sword light. But then, at his surroundings, there were suddenly countless dim lights from all directions. Boundless starlight. Real God Han Quan clenched his teeth as he stabbed with his long spear. With that one stab, the countless dim lights surrounding Jian Wushuang flew towards him like lightning. What? Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. Even if it was him, he couldn't block so many dim lights at that moment. Bang! 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 There were whistles and explosions as Jian Wushuang was buried by the dim lights. A terrifying divine power swept across, and the earth shook. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two figures plunged and stopped in the void. They were real God Zhu Gong and real God Han Quan. This boy should be dead, right? Real God Zhu Gong said in a cold voice. Definitely dead. My boundless starlight performed at such an environment earlier. It was impossible for him to block them. He is definitely dead. Real God Han Quan was confident. He made the two of us team up to perform our killer techniques. Jian Wushuang died with pride. Real God Zhu Gong sneered. Just as the smiles on their faces were beginning to spread, they stiffened again. In the divine power storm before them, there was a terrifying sword shadow that suddenly swept out to drive off the divine power storm. Then a figure reappeared before everyone again. He held his sword with one hand. The crimson robe that he was wearing turned into crimson armor that covered his body. There were a dozen faint white traces on the crimson armor, which were left by attacks from spear shadows of the boundless starlight. Although there were a dozen white traces on the crimson armor, the aura on him wasn't worn out one bit. On the contrary, it became stronger. This real God Zhu Gong stared. Didn't you say that this boy would definitely be dead? Why isn't he dead or his aura weakened? How is it possible? Real God Han Quan had a look of disbelief. He didn't know that Jian Wushuang was not only strong in divine power, but also his divine body. His divine power and divine body were at the level of an almighty. The earlier technique was meticulous, but the power was dispersed. Jian Wushuang was hit by the spear a dozen times, but the remaining power after being weakened by blood feather reincarnation armor wasn't enough to damage Jian Wushuang's divine body. You have displayed almost all of your techniques. It's my turn now. Chapter 1689, A Big Defeat. Chapter 1689, A Big Defeat. Now it's my turn. Jian Wushuang's indifferent laughter reverberated across the universe, and it caused many of the experts around the battlefield to be shocked. The expressions of real God Jiugong and real God Han Quan also became unusually grave. Before fighting with Jian Wushuang, they had never expected Jian Wushuang to be so strong. One of them was ranked 11th, while the other was ranked 5th in the real God ranking list. Even with these two super experts teaming up and unleashing many moves, they were actually unable to do anything against him in the end. Just then, under their attention, Jian Wushuang raised the Blood Mountain sword in his hands high up in the air. At the moment where the Blood Mountain sword was raised, a shocking sword essence rose high up into the sky, and an infinite amount of divine power burst forth as well. In the void, which was in complete darkness, additional crimson sword shadows appeared out of thin air. Every sword crimson shadow was extremely big, and the power they emitted was so strong that it was shocking and suffocating. At the very least, all the experts around the area who were observing the battle felt extremely threatened by the crimson sword shadows. Just then, tens of crimson sword shadows had already formed in this piece of universe. One crimson sword shadow was already enough to make top chaotic real gods feel extremely threatened. What about tens of them? The experts observing the battle had finally finished counting. There was a total of 48 crimson sword shadows. This was due to the 7-star picture which Jian Wushuang had comprehended back then. Not only did his comprehension of his doctrine improve greatly, his understanding of sword principles had also achieved a whole new level. As such, when he had unleashed the Myriad Waves move, he was naturally able to create more crimson sword shadows. After a total of 48 sword shadows had formed, they fused together at a speed that naked eyes could perceive. In just a short period of time, a new crimson sword shadow appeared in the universe. In the whole universe, only that one sword shadow remained. However, after that sword shadow appeared, everyone present became terrified. Even when real God Jiugong and real God Han Quan saw the sword shadow, they also became extremely shocked. Even I am slightly fearful of this stroke. Han Quan, both of us have to be careful, real God Jiugong said in a grave voice. I know. Real God Han Quan nodded his head earnestly. It is only possible to block this stroke if both of us team up. If it were one against one, you will be fine as you are strong. As for me, even if I were to not die, at the very least, I would be fatally wounded. Let's do it! Real God Jiugong gave a shrill cry. After that, an unprecedented destructive aura appeared from his body instantly. Similarly, real God Han Quan looked ahead with wisdom. His body turned slightly scarlet in color, and a great amount of divine power burst forth. Divine light, great destruction. Real God Jiugong's body shook violently. By activating the destructive power, the thick and big saber on his hands expanded fiercely, and it covered half the void instantly. The big saber was covered in an infinite amount of destructive power, and it contained the ability to destroy everything. Kill! With a loud cry, the destructive edge of his saber, which had covered half the void, was swung out abruptly. As for real God Han Quan, he roared continuously, and the divine power in his body was inserted into the long spear in his hands endlessly. After that, shadows of ancient giant dragons appeared behind him out of thin air. By counting them, there were at least thousands of giant dragon shadows. The power of 1,000 dragons. Dragon Star Extermination! Real God Han Quan's eyes were glowing brilliantly. At that moment, the thousands of giant dragon shadows which had appeared behind him roared loudly at the same time. After that, they moved fiercely and entered the long spear in real God Han Quan's hands instantly. Filled with the power of 1,000 dragons, the frightening spear was swung out ferociously. All their powers were world-shaking. As for many of the experts who witnessed such a scene, All of them understood that real God Jiugong and real God Han Quan had unleashed their strongest moves. They had exerted all their strength. The crimson sword shadow created by Jian Wushuang's myriad waves. The destructive edge unleashed by real God Jiugong, as well as the strongest spear stroke, which contained the power of 1,000 dragons of real God Han Quan. 3 earth-shaking attacks clashed head-on with one another in a split second. Boom! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Frightening power burst forth as if it wanted to tear everything in the universe into pieces. For example, even though the experts who were observing the battle were very far away, they could still feel the unbelievable power from the battlefield. Those top chaotic real gods were clear that if that power were to touch them slightly, they would be doomed. For such an intense battle, only super experts who stood at the top of the pyramid had the right to participate in it. As for them, they could only observe such a soul-stirring battle from afar. Swoosh! Swoosh! All of a sudden, 2 rays of glittering lights were shot out from the universe-destroying storm. It was real God Jiugong and real God Han Quan. At present, both of their bodies looked a bit miserable. Real God Jiugong was in a mess, and his face looked slightly pale. As for real God Han Quan, his situation was even worse. His face was as pale as paper, and there was blood at the corners of his mouth. Moreover, the aura on his body was at least 30% weaker than before. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. Swoosh! 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 Soft sounds of feet stepping on the air could be heard. Real God Jiugong and real God Han Quan then raised their heads fiercely and looked forward. All of a sudden, a passage was created from within the divine power storm which was still moving madly, and a young figure walked out from it slowly. He was still carrying his sword with one hand, and his aura was exceptionally strong like before. At the same time as he walked forward, a dull and slightly chilly voice could be heard in the piece of universe. Real God Jiugong, ranked 5th in the Real God ranking list. Real God Han Quan, ranked 11th in the Real God ranking list. I originally thought that with the both of you teaming up, both of you would be able to give me some fun. However, looking at it now, both of you are nothing much more than this. It was only after his words came out of his mouth that Jian Wushuang's face appeared in the line of vision of everyone again. Upon witnessing that, apart from the divine power storm which was still wreaking havoc, everything in the universe became silent. Complete silence. The eyes of real God Jiugong and real God Han Quan were filled with anger. However, their eyes were filled with even more fear. Even though they, 2 experts of the real God ranking list, had teamed up, they were still defeated in the end. They had lost to Jian Wushuang. With such abilities, both of you do not even have the right to get me to use my Hong Jun golden sword. Jian Wushuang shook his head, and his body was filled with a murderous aura. I shall stop playing with the both of you. Accept your death. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone with a harsh light. After that, he raised his right hand slowly. On his right hand, frightening divine power had gathered on his index finger a long time ago. Ancient God's 6th finger, sun corrosion finger. Rumble, the universe collapsed, and an ancient giant finger descended abruptly. The instant they saw the ancient giant finger, real God Jiugong's eyes shrank and all the hair on his body stood up. As for real God Han Quan, he opened his eyes wide and hopelessness appeared deep inside his eyes. Chapter 1690, Sir God Qianlan. Chapter 1690, Sir God Qianlan. The ancient finger descended. No matter if it was real God Jiugong or real God Han Quan, they couldn't withstand it. Just then, a dim light suddenly plunged over from the nearby void. The dim light brought about a strong power and collided with the ancient finger like lightning. Rumble. As heaven and earth quivered, the ancient finger that struck fear into every real god at the scene suddenly shattered into pieces. Jian Wushuang's gaze was fixed, and looked in the direction that the dim light was shot. The experts hidden in the nearby void looked in the same direction simultaneously. In their sights, there was a gray-robed elderly that slowly appeared. The gray-robed elder with white hair and a ruddy complexion had a cold gaze that gave a dignified look. He appeared, and there was a unique aura that spread around. Suddenly, he became the focus of the universe. Almighty! There were many experts that couldn't help but gasp in shock. From the unique aura and his action that broke the ancient finger that Jian Wushuang had used with a mere wave, the identity of the incomer was obvious. Looking at the incomer, real God Han Quan looked thrilled. He quickly greeted politely, "Sir God Qianlan." The gray-robed elderly nodded faintly as his figure moved over gradually. As he moved closer, Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn. Previously, no matter if it was real God Han Quan or real God Jiugong, he could deal with them easily and he couldn't be bothered. However, then it was a true Almighty who came. The experts hidden nearby sighed in astonishment. No one had guessed that soaring Heaven King Palace would throw in so much this round. Not only did real God Han Quan teamed up with real God Jiugong, he had even sent an Almighty to stay in the back. Almighty was a super existence of eternal chaotic world. In the 10 sanctuaries, if any force were to have an Almighty to back them up, they would definitely be the top force. Even in Sanctuary Alliance, they would take a proper place. Soaring Heaven King Palace had very few existences like that, but they had even sent an Almighty to come over personally just to take care of Jian Wushuang. The gray-robed elderly Sir God Qianlan finally appeared on the battlefield. He stood next to real God Han Quan. Han Quan is useless. Send Sir God Qianlan and to take care of this personally, real God Han Quan said softly. He knew that soaring Heaven King Palace had not only sent him to team up with real God Jiugong to kill Jian Wushuang, they had also prepared a backup plan. However, he didn't know what the backup plan was. Until then, he had understood that the backup plan was Sir God Qianlan. "You can't be blamed for this," Sir God Qianlan replied. His voice was calm, and there was no intention of reprimand. He had come to the void long ago, but he was hidden in the dark. If an Almighty were to hide themselves intentionally, even Jian Wushuang's soul power wouldn't be able to probe to find him. Jian Wushuang naturally didn't notice his arrival. In the earlier scene where real God Han Quan and real God Jiugong had teamed up and fought against Jian Wushuang, he had watched clearly. He knew that it wasn't real God Han Quan and real God Jiugong being useless, but Jian Wushuang being too powerful. From the power that Jian Wushuang had displayed earlier, his fighting power could totally be listed in the top 3 on Real God ranking list. Jian Wushuang. There was a cold voice, and Sir God Qianlan's murky, yet cold eyes glared at him. Simultaneously, there was a boundless power that instantly pressed towards Jian Wushuang. The power was extremely strong, but Jian Wushuang's face didn't change. "It seems that it is a great honor of mine. Real God Han Quan and real God Jiugong, who rank among the top on Real God ranking list, teamed up. Now an Almighty has come. Soaring Heaven King Palace looks highly upon me," Jian Wushuang chuckled. His laughter was obviously in disdain. Anyone at the scene could tell. "Humph, I didn't intend to come out. However, you are behaving too recklessly. You continuously kill chaotic real gods from soaring Heaven King Palace. If we can't kill you, how can we stand on our feet in Sanctuary Alliance? So, even if I have to bear the bad name of bullying a young one, I will have to kill the outrageously arrogant man here." Sir God Qianlan's voice was loud and bright. He sounded so staunchly righteous. It was normal. An Almighty was normally concerned with their names. Plus, between an Almighty and a real God, the difference was too vast. Although Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator, he had yet to reach the level of a chaotic real God, and he couldn't be compared to an Almighty. If he who was an Almighty were to take action at Jian Wushuang personally, he was obviously bullying the young one. It would definitely be embarrassing if it were to spread. Hence, soaring Heaven King Palace had only sent real god Han Quan and real god Jiao Gong to kill Jian Wushuang at the beginning. But then there was no alternative. So he revealed himself. After all, him having his reputation damaged was better than the entire soaring Heaven King Palace turning into a joke. Die boy. Sir God Qianlan didn't bother to talk any more nonsense. He glared at Jian Wushuang coldly as though he was looking at a dead body. Just as he stopped speaking, rumble. Heaven and earth shook. Jian Wushuang's face grew dim, and he realized that the space surrounding him was shivering vigorously. Then, walala, large chunks of yellowish-brown air current swept out and formed stormy seas that covered him from all directions. Jian Wushuang moved as he intended to dodge, but he realized that the yellowish-brown air current had engulfed the entire universe, and there was no way he could avoid it. Then, the yellowish-brown air current crushed him with the power of universe madly. From the view of the experts from the outside world, Jian Wushuang was drowned in a yellowish-brown prison. The prison was pressuring him savagely, and there was a constant explosion from within. Sir God Qianlan stood there coldly as his gaze was covered with a chilly gleam. As an almighty, his strength was not only in his divine power or divine body, it included his comprehension of power of Heavenway too. An almighty's comprehension of power of Heavenway could pass through level 7 of Doctrine Palace. He could easily kill any experts on Real God ranking list. It was also the difference between Almighty and Real God, a huge difference that couldn't be crossed. Just like his current technique, if he was fighting against Real God like Han Quan, he would have been dead long ago. However, Jian Wushuang was not someone Real God Han Quan could be compared to after all. With a vigorous explosion, the yellowish-brown prison that was continuously shrinking formed a hole out of nowhere. From the hole, there was a huge, dark, golden arm that extended. As the dark, golden arm tore madly, the yellowish-brown prison was torn with a big hole. Chapter 1691, Almighty. Chapter 1691, Almighty. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared all around the yellowish-brown prison continuously, and the yellowish-brown prison burst open completely in the end. After bursting open, a giant body appeared in the universe. He was more than 100 feet tall. He also had a total of 4 heads and 8 arms. Moreover, his body was covered with a dark golden light, and there were 6 stars in the space between his eyebrows. His power was shocking. It was Jian Wushuang who had revealed his ancient god body, which had 4 heads and 8 arms. Sir God Qianlan looked at Jian Wushuang with surprise. Ancient god bloodline. Furthermore, it's the noble royal ancient god bloodline, which is extremely rare. Looks like if I want to kill you, I will also need to use some other tricks. Sir God Qianlan's voice resounded across the universe, and a crimson long rod appeared on his hands. The long rod was emitting a scorching hot aura. The moment it appeared on Sir God Qianlan's hands, its heat melted the surrounding void straight away. Upon seeing the long rod, many experts who were hiding secretly were shocked. Although Sir God Qianlan had taken action as well, he only created a giant yellowish-brown prison to crush Jian Wushuang into pieces. However, at that moment, he had taken out his own weapon. It was obvious that he was about to get serious. You can unleash whatever moves you have. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. 10 heaven incinerating colors, red flame stroke. Sir God Qianlan swung the crimson long rod on his hands, and countless crimson waves appeared on the void immediately. The crimson waves then swept through the area. After that, the crimson waves gathered in front of Sir God Qianlan. Rumble, a giant crimson-red shadow, which was hundreds of feet wide, appeared out of thin air. In no time, the universe changed color, and all beings trembled in fear. When the experts in the vicinity of the battlefield saw the giant crimson rod shadow, their hearts roared and their minds were about to be destroyed. The void was prodded through by the giant crimson rod shadow like paper paste. The giant crimson rod shadow then headed toward Jian Wushuang, slowly with shocking power. Jian Wushuang's body shook violently as he had felt an unprecedented pressure at that moment. These are the abilities of an almighty? It's really powerful. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing brilliantly. To him, before he achieved Stage 2 Ultimate Real God, almighties were existences who stood at the very top. He had also never seen almighties fighting before. At present, it was his first time seeing it. Moreover, the person who the Almighty wanted to take care of was him. Although he was a bit surprised, Jian Wushuang was not afraid in the slightest bit. At that moment where the giant crimson rod shadow charged toward him, imposing divine power rose from his body. Ancient God secret skill, thunder attracting skill. His imposing divine power entered the void high up in the sky. Boom! All of a sudden, the surrounding black universe shook. After that, a giant crack appeared on the highest heavens. The crack split the universe into two halves, and crimson life, destroying sacred thunders, gathered in the crack. After that, the life-destroying sacred thunder descended. Rumble. There was a total of 9 life-destroying sacred thunders. Every one of them was as wide as a mountain, and all of them struck the top crimson rod shadow at the same time. Clump. Rustle. The heaven fell, and the earth cracked. The ground below Jian Wushuang and Sir God Qianlan sunk down straight away by hundreds of meters, and a giant hole was created. At the void, the frightening power of the divine power was wreaking havoc and destroying everything. It was just like the end of the world. Swoosh! A figure was sent flying out of the divine power storm which was wreaking havoc. It was Jian Wushuang. The body of Jian Wushuang then was a bit miserable. However, the aura in his body was still thick and in a great amount. As for Sir God Qianlan, he still assumed an air of superiority. Although the 9 life-destroying sacred thunders that Jian Wushuang had attracted had shocking power, such that they could tear the crimson rod shadow that he had unleashed into pieces, the divine power that was dispersed did not spread onto his body. Jian Wushuang, I did not expect your divine power to actually be so strong. Sir God Qianlan's eyes were filled with shrill light, and he stared at Jian Wushuang. Looking at your aura, you are merely an eternal real God. However, looking purely at your divine power, you are actually not a lot weaker than me. An inverse cultivator is indeed frightening. Haha, as expected of an almighty. Your moves are indeed impressive. It's much more interesting to fight with you compared to real God Jiugong and real God Han Quan. Jian Wushuang laughed. Moreover, your abilities have the right to get me to use the Hong Jun Golden Sword. Hong Jun Golden Sword? Sir God Qianlan was puzzled. Jian Wushuang did not give any explanation. With a wave of his hands, a 4-foot-long, extremely unusual sword-type weapon with blades on both ends appeared beside Jian Wushuang. This sword-type weapon was gold in color, and it was floating quietly in its position. It was the Hong Jun Golden Sword. The Hong Jun Golden Sword was a valuable treasure that relied mainly on the power of space-time and was controlled by soul power. During the period of time where Jian Wushuang had stayed in the standalone space of Dark Region, he had been studying the Hong Jun Golden Sword intensively with great effort. Hence, he was certain about its power as well as how strong it was. To date, during the clash with the soaring Heaven King Palace, although he had already experienced many great battles, no one had managed to force him to use the Hong Jun Golden Sword. For example, when real God Jiugong and real God Han Quan teamed up, they still did not have the right to get him to use this trump card. It was only then that Jian Wushuang took out this trump card for real. Previously, although I used the Hong Jun Golden Sword to massacre quite a number of star demons for practice, this is the first time that I have used the Hong Jun Golden Sword to fight an intense battle with a human cultivator. Moreover, my opponent is an almighty Jian Wushuang was licking his lips. His eyes were also glowing with a strange light, and at the next moment, he activated his power of space-time. The Hong Jun Golden sword, which had been floating quietly on the void, shook slightly. After that, whoosh! A ray of golden light was shot out abruptly. Although the golden light had only just lit up, it had already covered a great distance and appeared in front of Sir God Qianlong. Even if it were an almighty like Sir God Qianlong, when he saw the ray of golden light which had appeared abruptly, he was caught unprepared. However, he still swung the crimson long rod in his hands immediately. Swish! A crimson rod shadow attacked from the void. When the two attacks clashed head-on, an unreasonable amount of power burst forth at the same time. Sir God Qianlong's expression changed slightly. He could sense a great amount of power in the attack. Even if it were him, with such a great amount of power, he also could not help but retreat 2 steps back. The ray of golden light was also sent flying by him. However, after the ray of golden light regained its posture, it swept past the void strangely and appeared beside Sir God Qianlong immediately. This speed, Sir God Qianlong finally revealed a shocked expression. The speed of the ray of golden light was too fast and strange. Even though Sir God Qianlong had only just regained his posture, the ray of golden light had already headed toward him. Chapter 1692. Present Dominance. Chapter 1692. Present Dominance. Bang, bang, bang. There were golden lights that flashed past, one after another. Every single flash aimed towards Sir God Qianlong. Every single hit that contained fierce power that pushed Sir God Qianlong backwards. In Sir God Qianlong's eyes, there was a chilly gleam. He constantly wanted to shake off or break apart the golden light. However, the speed of the golden light was too fast. Hong Jun Golden sword focused on space-time power. The scariest aspect of it was its speed and flexibility. The Hong Jun Golden sword took the form of golden light and plunged into the void, just like space-time's spoilt child that couldn't be contained by space-time power. It hit Sir God Qianlong and made him fall back from the impact, then immediately it hit him again the second time. It didn't give him any chance to prepare for a counterattack. Sir God Qianlong was an almighty. He had many tricks, but he had no chance to perform them at all under the continuous hits of the golden light. He was retreating from the continuous force of the golden light. Bastard, what is this? Hong Jun Golden sword flew and hit Sir God Qianlong over and over again. He felt aggrieved, and the rage was soaring in his eyes. Too fast and too creepy, and it keeps coming. Unless I take one hit directly, I'll have a chance to counterattack. But the power of golden light isn't weak. After one hit, I'll definitely be severely injured. This Jian Wushuang, I wonder where he learnt such a superior skill. Sir God Qianlong was thinking to himself, and he couldn't help but look at Jian Wushuang. To take one hit of Hong Jun Golden Sword was a huge price to pay, but if he didn't do so, he could only be suppressed by Hong Jun Golden Sword. Of course, there was also another possibility. He could move closer to Jian Wushuang as he was suppressed, then fight in close combat with Jian Wushuang, so he couldn't control the Hong Jun Golden Sword. Speaking of close combat, he gave up after he saw Jian Wushuang's 4 heads and 8 arms ancient god body. In eternal chaotic world, who didn't know that ancient god tribe was the strongest in close combat? If he were to fight in close combat with an ancient god, he would simply be courting death. Hong Jun Golden sword continued to hit, and Sir God Qianlong was at the state where he was suppressed and couldn't counterattack. Looking at the scene, Jian Wushuang lifted the corners of his lips and smirked coldly. With the Hong Jun Golden sword that I performed with my all, I held Sir God Qianlong back with just one sword, but I could only hold him back. Jian Wushuang was aware that Almighties were the strongest bunch of experts in eternal chaotic world, and all of them were impressive. Their defense power was terrifyingly strong too. Sir God Qianlan was just hesitating about if he wanted to go all out. Once he opted to, Jian Wushuang wouldn't be at ease. As for killing Sir God Qianlan, it was an extravagant hope with Jian Wushuang's current power. Although I can't kill him, I can teach him a lesson. Jian Wushuang's gaze fixed. He drove Hong Jun Golden Sword with his soul power and continued to attack Sir God Qianlan. As he pressured him, there was billowing divine power and ancient god power soaring from his body. Rumble, his billowing divine power. After a few repeated battles, Jian Wushuang expanded quite a lot of divine power. Then he spent another 20% of his divine power. He expanded 20% of his divine power in order to perform the technique. The technique was the strongest technique of ancient god tribe. Secret skill of ancient god moon picking skill. There was a glimpse of light that burst from Jian Wushuang's eyes. Then the billowing divine power suddenly swept out. Virum. The void quivered. Sir God Qianlan, who was still blocking the attack of Hong Jun Golden Sword, his face changed. He could clearly feel unique energy in the void around him. Suddenly, Walala, the void surrounding him instantly shattered. The power spread towards him, and it made him shiver. He looked terrified too. At that moment, he felt that the entirety of heaven and earth, including the entirety of space-time, was pressing towards him and was going to crush him into pieces. It was too powerful, and it was too strange. It was as though he was being repelled by heaven and earth. It was as though he shouldn't exist in the world. My body, I can't move it? Sir God Qianlan looked surprised. Yes, he couldn't move. No matter how he struggled, how he triggered his divine power, he couldn't move. He could only quiver slightly at the most. The repellent power of the space-time pressed over him, and he could only withstand it bluntly. Moon-picking skill was the only secret skill of ancient god that involved space-time, and it was also rather magical. If the secret skill were to explode its extreme power, it could repel and break a person away from the space-time. Then, it could drive the space-time power of the entire heaven and earth to crush him into dust. Jian Wushuang had just mastered the secret skill at a beginner level. He wasn't good at it, and he couldn't give full play to the power of the secret skill. Even so, the secret skill that he had performed could still pose a great threat against Sir God Qianlan. Pist, pist, pist. There was a low divine power crushing sound that made Sir God Qianlan in the void grew pale. After quite some time, the pressing space-time power calmed down, and his figure became movable again. Swoosh! A creepy golden light lit up again. It maintained a fast speed and was unpredictable in action. Sir God Qianlan couldn't block it in time. Hong Jun Golden Sword was like a sharp, golden awl that hit Sir God Qianlan's body brutally. Sir God Qianlan, who was an almighty, had a strong divine body and had cultivated a secret skill of defense. He was also wearing armor. His defensive power was terrifyingly strong. However, as Hong Jun Golden Sword hit him, he spat a mouthful of blood and his aura instantly dropped. The experts surrounding the battlefield saw the scene, and everyone was dumbfounded. Injured? Sir God Qianlan is injured? An almighty against a real god, and the almighty is severely injured. Forget about the fact that real god Jiugong and real god Han Quan were defeated previously. They were only real gods, after all. But Sir God Qianlan was a true almighty. Jian Wushuang injured an almighty? Unbelievable. Everyone found it unbelievable. Real god Han Quan, who was watching the battle at the border of the battlefield, was staring with his eyes wide open. Real god Han Quan didn't notice that Jian Wushuang, who had just performed moon-picking skill in collaboration of Hong Jun Golden Sword to injure Sir God Qianlan, was looking at him with his pair of cold eyes. The lesson has been taught. Next. There was a chilly gleam in his eyes. Chapter 1693, Suppression. Chapter 1693, Suppression. Just as everyone was in a state of surprise, Swoosh! Jian Wushuang created countless shadows instantly. At the same time as his body moved, the Hongjun golden sword shook slightly and changed its direction toward Jian Wushuang. As for Jian Wushuang's target, it was real God Han Quan of the soaring Heaven King Palace. Not good. It was obvious that real God Han Quan had realized Jian Wushuang's intention as well. His expression then changed greatly at once, and he did his best to escape. However, he had been staying at the edge of the battlefield, and he was not that far away from Jian Wushuang to begin with. Moreover, after Jian Wushuang wounded Sir God Qianlan fatally, which caused everyone to be in a state of shock, he attacked him without any warning. In addition, his speed was extremely fast, and when real God Han Quan reacted, it was already too late. The ray of golden light, which was dragging its long tail like a comet, appeared in front of real God Han Quan instantly and attacked him right away. Real God Han Quan swung the long spear in his hands immediately to block the attack. However, in the end, with just one attack, bam! The long spear in real God Han Quan's hands was sent flying at once, and the ray of golden light continued piercing real God Han Quan's body without any decrease in power. Puff! Real God Han Quan spit out a huge mouthful of blood again. His expression, which was already pale to begin with, became deathly pale like paper. His aura also plunged to rock bottom. As for Jian Wushuang, his body had already appeared in front of real God Han Quan, and he swung the Blood Mountain sword in his hands fiercely. Although he swung a long sword, the Blood Mountain sword turned into a vast and lofty mountain in the next moment. The bottom of the lofty mountain then released many marvelous secret patterns, and they covered real God Han Quan completely. After that, the secret patterns threw real God Han Quan, who was struggling madly, into the mountain. After finishing that, the lofty mountain changed into a long sword again and appeared in Jian Wushuang's hands. While holding the Blood Mountain sword tightly, Jian Wushuang shot a glance toward real God Jiugong, the purple-robed old man who was already far away and was escaping crazily. This real God Jiugong is indeed very cunning, Jian Wushuang murmured. Originally, Jian Wushuang had planned to kill real God Jiugong straight away and then suppress real God Han Quan. However, real God Jiugong was very intelligent. When Sir God Qianlan appeared on the battlefield, he ran away to a distant void, and he was not like real God Han Quan, who stayed at the edge of the battlefield as he was extremely confident in Sir God Qianlan. In the end, Jian Wushuang took action abruptly, and real God Han Quan was suppressed by him as he could not escape in time. As for real God Jiugong, Jian Wushuang had no way to deal with him again. However, even if real God Jiugong were unable to escape in time, it would probably not be that easy for me to kill him, Jian Wushuang muttered. Real God Jiugong was ranked 5th in the real God ranking list. He was not just strong in terms of abilities. Instead, he was also strong in terms of his many techniques, and in particular his techniques to stay alive. It should be known that even the lineage of Star was unable to do anything against him. It was said that even the Star Palace Master of the lineage of Star had gone after him personally before. However, he had still managed to escape, although Jian Wushuang had injured Sir God Qianlan seriously. He would not be that arrogant and think that he was stronger than the Star Palace Master. Jian Wushuang. All of a sudden, a voice which was filled with an infinite amount of anger could be heard, and even the whole universe became filled with an unlimited amount of anger. At that moment, Sir God Qianlan's hair and mustache were blown up. His body was also emitting an extremely frightening aura, which caused everyone to be terrified. In addition, his eyes were scarlet in color like a demon's. As for the experts who hid themselves near the void, even though they were far away, they could still feel the shocking anger from Sir God Qianlan. Why? Could it be that Sir God Qianlan still wishes to fight with me? Jian Wushuang laughed coldly. The Hong Jun golden sword which was floating quietly beside him shook abruptly, and it looked as if it could change into a ray of golden light again any time to attack. After Sir God Qianlong glanced at Jian Wushuang, an unusual light flashed in his eyes, and his expression turned gloomy like water. Release Han Quan. If not, the soaring Heaven King Palace will fight with you to our last gasp. Haha, what a joke. Could it be that the soaring Heaven King Palace and I are not already fighting to our last gasp now? Jian Wushuang sneered wantonly. Since we have already fought to this extent, there is nothing for me to fear. Jian Wushuang's words had caused the hidden experts to nod their heads in agreement. Indeed, since Jian Wushuang and the soaring Heaven King Palace had fought to such an extent, it had been considered a fight to their last gasp a long time ago. At that moment, Sir God Qianlong still used fighting to their last gasp to threaten Jian Wushuang. However, his words were totally meaningless. Jian Wushuang, looks like you really want to start a huge battle between the soaring Heaven King Palace and the lineage of Star. Sir God Qianlong's voice was gloomy and cold. A great battle between two top powerhouses will involve many things. Hence, I advise you to think thoroughly. Even if you are not thinking for yourself, you have to think of the lineage of Star which is behind you. A great battle? Sir God Qianlong, don't use a great battle to frighten me. Even if we were to go into a great battle, what about it? The soaring Heaven King Palace is indeed strong. However, do you think that the lineage of Star is afraid of them? Jian Wushuang's eyes were icy cold. When he had clashed with the soaring Heaven King Palace head-on, he had already checked with Hall Master Yuan. Hall Master Yuan also told him before that he could just go for it and not be worried about anything. With the lineage of Star as well as the palace master present, even the heavens would not collapse. Hall Master Yuan's words had caused Jian Wushuang to be extremely confident, and he did not have any more worries. Moreover, even if a great battle were to occur, it would not be caused by me. Instead, it would be caused by the soaring Heaven King Palace. Jian Wushuang bellowed. Damn it, you have killed quite a number of the soaring Heaven King Palace's chaotic real gods in succession, and you still dare to say that the great battle is started by the soaring Heaven King Palace? Sir God Qianlong became furious at once. Humph, I killed them as they deserved to die. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold and gloomy. After that, he waved his big hands, and a video appeared in the void immediately. In the video, there were two people. One of them was Jian Wushuang, while the other person was real God Z, who had already died. In the video, both of them were standing opposite each other with a huge distance between them. The conversation that they were having also could be heard across the universe. During the conversation, it was obviously mentioned that at the very start, as real God Guing had cast his greedy eyes on Jian Wushuang's grade 3 demon core, he had taken the initiative to snatch it from Jian Wushuang. As for Jian Wushuang, he had killed real God Guing in order to protect himself. Even real God Z Yi himself admitted to it. Moreover, real God Z Yi even said in the end, no matter what the reason is, as long as you kill the soaring Heaven King Palace's people, you must die. After that, both of them started to fight. When the video came to an end, the truth was exposed in front of everyone. As for the experts who were hidden at the void nearby, all of them saw it and heard it clearly. Sir God Qianlong, do you have anything left to say now? Jian Wushuang's cry reverberated across the universe. The video was made back then when Jian Wushuang had intentionally led real God Z to do what he did. Back then, he had thought that such a situation would occur in the future. Hence, he was prepared for it, and he had recorded the video. With the video present, at the very least, the reasoning was on Jian Wushuang's side. Chapter 1694, Terms and Conditions. Chapter 1694, Terms and Conditions. In this world, although the strong are victorious and fists represent everything, When both parties are evenly matched and no one can do anything to the other, reasoning becomes very important. Jian Wushuang was smiling coldly in his heart. The moment the image played, the experts hidden in the nearby void gasped in surprise. I see, that's what happened. Because he cast greedy eyes over Jian Wushuang's treasure, he was killed. It could only be said that he wasn't powerful enough. He can't blame anyone else. But Soaring Heaven King Palace intentionally sent experts to go after Jian Wushuang, which led to what happened today. At first, Soaring Heaven King Palace said that it was Jian Wushuang who coveted real God Guying's treasure and killed real God Guying. They are so shameless. Not only are they shameless, they are barbaric. Regardless of the reason, as long as one kills people from Soaring Heaven King Palace, they must die. Humph! Soaring Heaven King Palace is full of themselves. They considered various forces beneath them. The experts sighed emotionally. Although no one would get involved, the experts had already taken Jian Wushuang's side from the bottom of their hearts. The incident had obviously happened because Soaring Heaven King Palace was too arrogant and shameless. Since the beginning, Jian Wushuang had only been counterattacking in a passive manner. Sir God Qianlan's face grew grave. He had never thought that Jian Wushuang would keep a trump card on hand. The moment the image was shown, Soaring Heaven King Palace was destined to be embarrassed. Sir God Qianlan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in him. He looked at Jian Wushuang. Young man, you should know real God Han Quan's importance to Soaring Heaven King Palace. I know, of course I know. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Real God Han Quan was the #1 real God in Soaring Heaven King Palace. He was in the 11th place on Real God ranking list. Plus, he was truly a genius. He didn't take a long time to grow to his current stage, and he was full of potential. Although he wasn't like Jian Wushuang, he stood a great chance to break through and become an almighty. Such a genius was, of course, unusually important to Soaring Heaven King Palace. Tell me, what do you want us to do for you to release Han Quan? Sir God Qianlan's voice was low. He had no choice. If Jian Wushuang were to just be an ordinary chaotic real god, or even just an expert on Real God ranking list, he would not hesitate to kill Jian Wushuang. But the crucial thing was that the power that Jian Wushuang had displayed was not any weaker than his. Even during the earlier fight, he had had the lower hand. With such power, he couldn't kill Jian Wushuang at all. He could only suppress his anger and murderous intention. Sir God Qianlan, if you said so, let's talk about terms. Jian Wushuang smiled. The scene before his eyes was within his expectations. Actually, with his power, he could totally kill real God Han Quan straight away, but he didn't. He only held him back using Blood Mountain Sword. Jian Wushuang did so, of course, with something in mind. To him, it didn't matter to kill real God Han Quan or not. After all, real God Han Quan couldn't pose a threat to him, but he wanted to utilize real God Han Quan to bring himself some benefit. At the same time, he could also make Soaring Heaven King Palace's heart ache. You want me to release real God Han Quan? Soaring Heaven King Palace has to fulfill 3 conditions, Jian Wushuang said coldly. 3 conditions? Sir God Qianlan pressed down the anger in him. Say them. Firstly, I need some doctrine gems. As for the amount, not much. Just 100,000 doctrine gems, Jian Wushuang smiled. Phew! In the void, there were gasps of surprise. Jian Wushuang shook everyone as he spoke. 100,000 doctrine gem? One should know that an ordinary chaotic real god's possession would most likely be around 100 to 200 doctrine gems, while top chaotic real god would be decent enough to have 1,000 doctrine gems. 100,000 doctrine gems would require 100 top chaotic real god to make up the sum. To any ordinary real god, the amount was beyond imagination. All right, I promise you that. Sir God Qianlan's face remained unchanged. 100,000 doctrine gem was naturally an astronomical figure to a real god. However, to an almighty it wasn't much. To soaring Heaven King Palace, which was a great force, it was nothing. Secondly, I need some demon cores. It's best if they are grade 3 and above. As for the amount, the ordinary black grade 3 demon cores, 1,000 of them. Green grade 3 demon cores, 100. Crimson grade 3 demon cores, slightly less, about 10 will do, Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. The experts hidden in the void heard that, and everyone was staring. Demon cores were something that only the 8 layers had. They could only be obtained by hunting star demons. The demon cores that Jian Wushuang asked for, even if they killed 1/10 of the star demons in the 8th layer, they probably couldn't gather the number. All right. Sir God Qianlan's corners of his lips quivered. If an almighty was willing to head to the 7th layer or the 6th layer to wander and massacre star demons, he almost wouldn't come across anything threatening as long he didn't enter the dark region. He should be able to gather the demon cores after a few thousand years. To soaring Heaven King Palace, it could be accepted. Comment. The last condition. You know that I am cultivating on Thunderbolt Island and I have the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy. But it's a pity that the cultivation time on my token of the Fairy Palace's legacy isn't much left. So, I'd like to get some from soaring Heaven King Palace. Not many. Just 500 years will do. Jian Wushuang smiled. Dream on. This time, Sir God Qianlan couldn't hold back anymore but roared with anger. If he wasn't bothered about Jian Wushuang's power, he would have cut him into 8 big pieces long ago. The experts hidden were shocked too. They could tell that Jian Wushuang was demanding an exorbitant price. The token of the Fairy Palace's legacy was different from Doctrine Gem and Demon Cores. It wasn't something that you could have if you wanted. Sanctuary Alliance distributed the tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy every 300,000 years. Although soaring Heaven King Palace was the top force, they only receive 2 every 300,000 years. Every time they received the tokens, they would immediately give them to geniuses under their command. It could be said that the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy was extremely precious to soaring Heaven King Palace. But then, Jian Wushuang was asking for 500 years of cultivation time in Fairy Palace. It equaled 5 tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy. Sir God Qianlan, don't be angry just yet. Although 500 years of cultivation time in Fairy Palace is precious, it couldn't be compared to a genius who could break through and become an almighty, right? Jian Wushuang smiled. How about this? You can return to discuss with your palace master and higher-ups in soaring Heaven King Place. Come and look for me when you have made a decision. I'll give you 100 years' time to discuss. Chapter 1695. The Trade in the Thunderbolt Island. Chapter 1695. The Trade in the Thunderbolt Island. For the next 100 years, I will stay in the Thunderbolt Island. If your side were to agree to my conditions, we will do the trade in the Thunderbolt Island. If your side were to not give me an answer after 100 years, then this genius of yours will be gone. Sir God Qianlan, go back and think carefully. I shall take my leave now. Jian Wushuang's hearty voice resounded across the universe. After that, his body moved and he left in front of Sir God Qianlan. Sir God Qianlan looked on as Jian Wushuang left, and he had no intention of stopping him. He had no choice. Even if he wanted to stop him, he could not do so. In order to take care of Jian Wushuang this time around, the soaring Heaven King Palace had sent out a powerful lineup. Even though an almighty like him had shown up personally, they were still unable to do anything to Jian Wushuang. Hence, even if the soaring Heaven King Palace wished to hire other almighties with stronger abilities to kill Jian Wushuang, it would definitely be too late. This time around, the soaring Heaven King Palace had suffered an unexpected failure. Sir God Qianlan clenched both his fists tightly. However, he was filled with helplessness. The Sanctuary Alliance, powerhouses from everywhere, as well as many experts who traveled alone, were all waiting in anticipation for the soaring Heaven King Palace and the lineage of Star to clash head-on with one another. In particular, when they knew that Jian Wushuang's abilities had risen greatly and that he had killed 9 top chaotic real gods in one go, they had become even more interested. All of them were waiting eagerly for the news. In no time, news started to spread. Firstly, it was real god Han Quan and real god Jiao Gong arriving at the same time and then teaming up to kill Jian Wushuang. In the end, they were defeated by Jian Wushuang. After that, Sir God Qianlan, one of the almighties of the soaring Heaven King Palace, appeared personally and fought an intense battle with Jian Wushuang head-on. In the end, he was fatally wounded by Jian Wushuang, and real god Han Quan was also suppressed by Jian Wushuang right away. At the very end, Sir God Qianlan discussed some terms with Jian Wushuang as he had no choice. Jian Wushuang had then made exorbitant demands by bringing up conditions that were completely unacceptable. After that news was made public, the whole Sanctuary Alliance was in an uproar. They were also in shock and disbelief. Almost everyone had thought that the soaring Heaven King Palace and the lineage of Star would clash head-on this time around. Moreover, Jian Wushuang would no doubt be the main character of this matter. Moreover, there were also people who pitted Jian Wushuang all the while. However, what happened in the end? From the start to the end, no one from the lineage of Star showed up. It was only Jian Wushuang himself. Just by himself, he had single-handedly made the powerful lineup that was sent out by the soaring Heaven King Palace, including the almighty helpless. On the contrary, they had suffered huge losses in Jian Wushuang's hands. In no time, countless people were shocked by this matter, that Jian Wushuang is merely an eternal real god. However, he is still able to fight with an almighty head-on and even wound him fatally. This is really unbelievable. Too frightening. This Jian Wushuang is too frightening. If we purely use words like genius and demon to describe him, he would still be indescribable. After all, even demons and monsters are not as frightening as him. Inverse cultivator. This is an inverse cultivator. Many experts in the Sanctuary Alliance knew how shocking Jian Wushuang's speed of emergence was. It should be known that more than 20,000 years ago, when Wu Bei's cave appeared, the Jian Wushuang then was only a universe god. Hence, he was just a little kid. However, in a short 20,000 years, he had become an overlord. That's right, he had become an overlord. His current abilities had already achieved the level of an almighty, and in the eternal chaotic world, almighties were considered overlords. Of course, at the same time that everyone was shocked about Jian Wushuang's abilities, all the powerhouses as well as experts who traveled alone within the Sanctuary Alliance were laughing at the soaring Heaven King Palace. The soaring Heaven King Palace had always been unreasonable. Moreover, many powerhouses and experts had developed a grudge against the soaring Heaven King Palace before. However, due to the soaring Heaven King Palace's abilities, they only dared to be furious but did not say anything. However, this time round, the soaring Heaven King Palace had completely thrown their reputation away. They had thrown so much of their reputation away that they had been reduced to a joke. They had sent out such a powerful lineup. There were tens of chaotic real gods, which included real god Han Quan and real god Jiao Gong, who were experts at the front of the real god ranking list. Moreover, even an almighty had come personally. However, their aim was merely to kill a real god. The real god had almost no help from anyone, and he relied purely on himself. In the end, he slaughtered the soaring Heaven King Palace to the point that they were in a hideous mess and were too tragic to look at. Thus, what else could they be besides a joke? Moreover, the soaring Heaven King Palace themselves had asked for the joke. Jian Wushuang had made the video of the conversation between him and real god Zi public. It was obvious that the soaring Heaven King Palace had always been the one making trouble, and Jian Wushuang had merely retaliated all the way in order to protect himself. Furthermore, for the great battle this time round, In order to show their power, the soaring Heaven King Palace had taken the initiative to spread the news. As such, it had resulted in such a huge commotion. At that moment, they were defeated and had lost their reputation. Apart from blaming themselves, they could not blame anyone else. In addition, even though the soaring Heaven King Palace had thrown their reputation away, they had still not completely thrown all their face away. After all, real God Han Quan was still in Jian Wushuang's hands, and the conditions that Jian Wushuang had brought up were made public as well. At that moment, everyone was excited as to how the soaring Heaven King Palace would respond. Would they agree or reject his conditions? The soaring Heaven King Palace then had an extremely gloomy atmosphere. Many higher-ups of the soaring Heaven King Palace were naturally enraged. However, they could only be enraged. Such a matter had already occurred, and their reputation had been totally thrown away. They even had no way to find trouble with the lineage of Star. After all, for this matter, they were in the wrong. Currently, what they needed to do was to do their best to reduce the losses of the soaring Heaven King Palace. For their losses, the first thing to do was naturally to bring real God Han Quan back. Not long after Jian Wushuang had returned to the Thunderbolt Island, the soaring Heaven King Palace sent a message to him saying that they accepted the 3 conditions that he had brought up. At a spacious ground in the Thunderbolt Island, the open area did not have any opportunities. Moreover, on normal days, no one would stay in this open area. However, at present, numerous experts had come to this open area. In the whole of Thunderbolt Island, apart from some experts who were completely immersed in the comprehension of the opportunities, more than 90% of the experts had come to the open area. This included a few interested almighties who had appeared in the void near the open area. This was because on the very day the soaring Heaven King Palace would complete their trade with Jian Wushuang on the open area. At the middle of the open space, the soaring Heaven King Palace had tens of experts on their side, and Sir God Qian Lian had also appeared personally, just like before. As for Jian Wushuang, he was also accompanied by some experts from the lineage of Star. These are the doctrine gems and demon cores that you wanted. In addition, there are also 2 tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy, and each of them contains 250 years of training time. Please do a check yourself. Sir God Qianlan's expression was ice cold, and he took out a Qian Kuan ring. Jian Wushuang took the Qian Kuan ring. After using his soul power to scan it, he smiled and nodded his head. After that, he waved his hands and released real God Han Quan, who had been suppressed in the Blood Mountain sword. Sir God Qianlan, this is a good trade. Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. Humph, don't be arrogant. The soaring Heaven King Palace will not let this matter go just like that. Sir God Qianlan said in a cold voice. I will be waiting. Jian Wushuang was still laughing like before. Chapter 1696. First place on Real God ranking list. Chapter 1696. First place on Real God ranking list. The curtain descended for the highly anticipated battle between soaring Heaven King Palace and lineage of Star after the deal on Thunderbolt Island. In the battle, not only did soaring Heaven King Palace suffer heavy losses, they became a laughing stock. As for Jian Wushuang, he had gained a complete victory, especially the 100,000 doctrine gems, demons' cores, and 500 years of cultivation time in Fairy Palace. Everyone was envious. On Thunderbolt Island, Jian Wushuang gathered with many real gods of lineage of Star. Real God Duan Yen, real God Huan Yu, thank you for your help in the 8th layer. This small gift is just a token of gratitude, of my respect. Jian Wushuang took out 2 Qian Kuan rings. This, real God Duan Yen creased his eyebrows. He hesitated because the 2 of them actually hadn't helped much during the battle. Jian Wushuang had defeated soaring Heaven King Palace alone. As Jian Wushuang has offered it, we shall accept it. After all, he received quite an abundant reward from soaring Heaven King Palace. Real God Huan Yu accepted it straight away. That's true. Real God Duan Yen beamed with joy and accepted it as well. Everyone else, too. Jian Wushuang took out some other Qian Kun rings for every expert from Lineage of Star. The benefits that he had gotten from soaring Heaven King Palace were shockingly great. It was only right and proper that he shared some with the experts in Lineage of Star. After all, when he was in the Dark Region, the experts in Lineage of Star had helped to look for him. Everyone took the Qian Kun rings and skimmed through with their consciousness. They were all surprised. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang's small gift was priceless. After everyone had left, Jian Wushuang took out a communication token to contact Hall Master Yuan. How did it go? Hall Master Yuan had sent a message long ago. It went well. Soaring Heaven King Palace gave me the things, Jian Wushuang smiled. I knew it, Hall Master Yuan wasn't surprised. Although the things that you asked for are priceless, they're nothing to real God Han Quan. Plus, there are so many people who knew that you imprisoned real God Han Quan. If Soaring Heaven King Palace were to not take out those things willingly, the experts under their command would definitely be discouragingly disappointed. True, Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. This time, you have gained abundantly, but honestly speaking, it was too risky. Luckily, everything went well. Otherwise, Hall Master Yuan sighed. I never thought Soaring Heaven King Palace would want me dead so badly. To fight me, just a real god they even sent an almighty. They are very cruel, Jian Wushuang said. Soaring Heaven King Palace did overdo it this time. It is a little unusual, Hall Master Yuan said. Then he shook his head. Don't bother with them. You only need to be careful with Soaring Heaven King Palace in the future. Oh yeah, Real God ranking list has been updated. You haven't seen it yet, right? They changed it so quickly. Jian Wushuang was shocked. It was supposed to be changed after a while. But because of you, Vientiane Tower changed it ahead of time. After all, your sudden rise caused a great impact to Real God ranking list. Hall Master Yuan paused and continued. Do you know which rank you are at on the new Real God ranking list? Should be in the top 3, I'm guessing, Jian Wushuang smiled. You're in top 3 and in the first place, Hall Master Yuan said. The first place on Real God ranking list. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He knew that he would definitely be in the top 3, and he definitely could be in second place if not mistaken. However, he had never thought of being the first place on Real God ranking list. After all, he had seen Real God ranking list, and he also knew the fighting results of the first placed on Real God ranking list. Although he had had great results during his visit to the 8th lair, and he had even injured Sir God Qianlan, it was because he had used many trump cards and Sir God Qianlan hadn't managed to perform any techniques in time. However, it did mean he was stronger than Sir God Qianlan. On the contrary, if they were to fight with their all, Sir God Qianlan might possibly have the upper hand. As for the previous first placed on Real God ranking list, it was in a situation where both parties were giving their all. He had suppressed an almighty. In terms of fighting results, he was stronger by 1 notch than Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't think that he could move to the top of Real God ranking list, but in the end he was wrong. Between Real God and Almighty, the difference is vast. There are many experts on Real God ranking list, but who could be evenly matched with an Almighty besides Real God Fa Mia, who was in the first place previously? He fought against an Almighty before. In terms of fighting result, he isn't weaker than you. But Vientiane Tower listed you in the first place before Real God Fa Mia due to your potential. Hall Master Yuan smiled. Real God Fa Pi became chaotic Real God for very long. His power has reached a bottleneck. Unless he becomes an almighty, it is impossible for him to increase his power. On the other hand, you are different. You are an inverse cultivator, and your potential is much higher than Real God Fa Mia's. Your space to grow on the stage as Real God is still terrifying huge. Forget about the rest. As soon as you break through and become chaotic Real God, it will be an easy task to win against Fa Mia. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. first place on Real God ranking list. Not long ago, he was in the first place on Universe God ranking list. Then he had suddenly risen, abruptly, to a brand new level with such short notice. With the encounter of first place on Universe God ranking list, Jian Wushuang didn't feel anything about being the first place of Real God ranking list. An inverse cultivator isn't someone an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Any inverse cultivator, no matter how low his comprehension of power of Heavenway is, as long as he reaches the level of stage 3 ultimate real God, the level of a chaotic real God, he could easily become the first place in Real God ranking list, Jian Wushuang said in silence. Just like Real God Wu Bei, he was also on the first place of Real God ranking list when he was an ultimate real God. The only difference was that Jian Wushuang was only a stage 2 ultimate real God, while Real God Wu Bei only became number 1 when he was at stage 3. In terms of power, I am slightly weaker than Real God Wu Bei. Jian Wushuang knew it clearly. Jian Wushuang, make a plan to make a trip back to Lineage of Star, Hall Master Yuan suddenly said. Return to Lineage of Star? Jian Wushuang thought, and he nodded, sure. When are you planning? Hall Master Yuan asked closely. After some time, I guess. I have just gotten 500 years of cultivation time from Soaring, Heaven King Palace, and many demon cores. These are extremely useful to me, Jian Wushuang said. Okay then, go ahead and cultivate. Send me a message when you want to return, Hall Master Yuan said. All right, Jian Wushuang nodded. Then he cut off the connection with Hall Master Yuan. Then Jian Wushuang naturally had to utilize the resources that he had obtained from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Chapter 1697, Returning to the Lineage of Star. Chapter 1697, Returning to the Lineage of Star. Thunderbolt Island, Space-Time Fairy Palace. Jian Wushuang was sitting down calmly with his legs crossed in the middle of the 27 picture scrolls. Previously in the standalone space, when I was comprehending the 7-star picture, I saw the process of the birth of a constellation to its destruction. Due to that, my level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine and reincarnation doctrine rose greatly. Currently, I have a great amount of training time in the Fairy Palace. Hence, I must use it properly to get my comprehension of the power of Heavenway to achieve a whole new level in the shortest amount of time. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly and slowly closed his eyes after that. The comprehension of the power of Heavenway would become more difficult as one continued to make progress, and one picture scroll would require tens of years of comprehension. However, Jian Wushuang was very patient. Moreover, the most important thing was that he had a great amount of training time in the Fairy Palace. A total of 500 years was enough for him to spend it freely. Time continued to pass as Jian Wushuang was in a state of comprehension. In a flash, 380 years had passed. During the 380 years, Jian Wushuang spent 120 years in the space-time Fairy Palace. As for the remaining 260 years, he spent it in the reincarnation Fairy Palace. During the comprehension in the 380 years, be it his comprehension of the space-time doctrine or the reincarnation doctrine, both of them advanced greatly, and he then possessed the abilities to clear the 6th level of the Doctrine Palace. Moreover, he was also extremely close to the 7th level, and he could be said to be only one step away. However, it was extremely difficult to get past that step. After all, the 7th level of the Doctrine Palace was the standard of an almighty. For a chaotic real God to make a breakthrough to become an almighty, the first requirement was for his comprehension of the power of Heavenway to achieve the standard needed to clear the 7th level of the Doctrine Palace. However, across many years, this requirement had stumped many real gods. Jian Wushuang had also come across a bottleneck at that stage. In order to make it past the bottleneck, it would be pointless for him to rely on comprehension in the Fairy Palace. Instead, he could only rely on other opportunities. As such, he did not use the remaining 120 years of training time in the fairy palace, in a dark, standalone space within the Thunderbolt Island. Swish! Swish! All of a sudden, two brilliant rays of golden light lit up abruptly and pierced the void, leaving behind two long golden tails that looked like comets. Moreover, for the places that they passed through, the space was completely torn into pieces. Buzz! Buzz! Two rays of golden light shone fiercely and revealed themselves beside Jian Wushuang after appearing beside him. It was two Hong Jun golden swords. I can already use two Hong Jun golden swords proficiently. Moreover, be it speed or power, these two Hong Jun golden swords have made a huge improvement in those two areas. By combining these two facts, I am definitely be more than 10 times more powerful compared to back then when I fought with Sir God Qianlong. If the current me were to fight with Sir God Qianlong again, even if he were to exert all his strength and not care about anything else, I would have absolute confidence that I would be able to suppress him with the two Hong Jun golden swords. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone brilliantly and he was over the moon. When he had fought with Sir God Qianlong, be it his comprehension of the space-time doctrine or reincarnation doctrine, both of them had stopped at the standard to clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. However, at that moment, his comprehension of the two powers of Heavenway had already achieved the top of the 6th level of the Doctrine Palace. Since Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the power of Heavenway had improved by so much, the abilities that he possessed had naturally increased as well. Thus, the unique skills, secret skills, and many other techniques that he used would naturally be more powerful. When comparing his combined abilities, he was indeed more than 10 times stronger than before. This was only him improving from the 5th level to the 6th level of the Doctrine Palace. If he were to take another step forward in the future, such that his comprehension of the power of Heavenway was to achieve the standard needed to clear the 7th level of the Doctrine Palace, that would be the real qualitative change. His abilities as a whole would rise even more. The current me can suppress Sir God Qianlong head-on with two Hong Jun golden swords. However, if my comprehension of the space-time doctrine was to take another step forward and achieve the standard needed to clear the 7th level of the Doctrine Palace, the Hong Jun golden swords would be countless times stronger than they are now when I use them. At that time, by relying on the Hong Jun golden swords, probably no one among the Sir Gods could be my opponent. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly, and he was filled with anticipation. Since his comprehension of the power of Heavenway had come across a bottleneck, it would be meaningless for him to continue to stay in the Thunderbolt Island to train. Hence, he returned to the lineage of Star straight away. Purple Moon Sanctuary, Starland. The gorgeous, gigantic Milky Way which covered the whole sky was suspended high up in the air. An ancient and exquisite silver spaceship from the outside world had appeared at the edge of the Milky Way. Jian Wushuang, who wore a blood robe and was carrying a long sword on his back, walked down from the spaceship alone. After that, he went to the interior of the Milky Way. The news of his return was only told to Hall Master Yuan alone. Moreover, he also told Hall Master Yuan to not make it public. Therefore, the lineage of Star was still extremely peaceful, just like before. Jian Wushuang was walking forward on the Milky Way slowly. His steps were slow, and he headed deep inside step by step. Along the way, Jian Wushuang would occasionally see some meta beasts which were playing wantonly in the void, as well as some lineage of Star's disciples catching them. The lineage of Star has not changed at all, Jian Wushuang laughed. However, all of a sudden he recalled something. I left the lineage of Star for thousands of years ago. Now I've returned. I still have many impressions of the lineage of Star. However, I left my hometown for tens of thousands of years. Jian Wushuang murmured, and his eyes revealed an expression of recollection. His hometown, the Green Fire World. That was the place where he was born and raised. That was his root. Over there were also many of his close ones, brothers, and good friends. No matter what reputation he would create for himself in the eternal chaotic world, and no matter how powerful he would become in the future, he would definitely not forget about that place. After being separated for tens of thousands of years, he had no idea how his hometown was doing at that moment. Moreover, there was also the giant battlefield that his hometown was near. The battlefield was unimaginably queer, and there was a high possibility that it was a battlefield of the ancient past. Furthermore, it also contained a great number of secrets. I shall return to my hometown after another period of time, when I really need to relax, Jian Wushuang thought. In no time, Jian Wushuang arrived at the base of the lineage of Star. Although Jian Wushuang had seen many disciples of the lineage of Star, he did not show himself. Instead, he headed to the constellation that Hall Master Yuan was at directly, within a cave which was completely made of special gems. Didn't you say that you have had a total of 500 years of training time in the fairy palace? I thought that you would only return after using up all your training time. Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang while laughing. My comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei has come across a bottleneck, and I will not be able to get past it by relying on the fairy palace, Jian Wushuang said helplessly. Is that so? Hall Master Yuan raised his eyebrows. If that's the case, your abilities will have definitely risen considerably as compared to before. Am I right? Jian Wushuang laughed, and he did not comment. All right, I shall not ask too much. Let's get down to business. I have called you back this time around for a certain matter. Hall Master Yuan prepared to tell Jian Wushuang about the matter. Jian Wushuang listened closely. Chapter 1698, Hall Master. Chapter 1698, Hall Master. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Hall Master Yuan smiled. When you reached the fighting power of eternal real God, you naturally became one of the Deacon Elderlies in lineage of Star. Then, you injured Sir God Qianlan. In terms of power, you should not be any weaker than an ordinary Almighty. According to the rules in lineage of Star, only one with fighting power of an Almighty can become a Hall Master. Hall Master? Jian Wushuang was surprised. In lineage of Star, the highest position is naturally Palace Master, followed by the 3 Hall Masters. Among the 3 Hall Masters, besides myself, the other 2 are Almighties, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang's face grew strange when he heard that. The fighting power of an Almighty could qualify one to become Hall Master, but Hall Master Yuan obviously wasn't an Almighty. Hall Master Yuan seemed to see Jian Wushuang's thoughts. He said, "Don't look at me like that. I can become Hall Master because of a unique factor. You'll find out about it later on." Jian Wushuang shrugged, but didn't ask. "Return to Sword Star and get ready. After some time, I will throw a banquet for you. The birth of a new Hall Master is very meaningful to lineage of Star. We can't take this lightly. I'll have all the experts of lineage of Star to hurry their journey back to participate in the banquet. Then, I will announce it personally," Hall Master Yuan said. "All right." Jian Wushuang nodded and didn't reject. Yeah, Lei Chao had been wandering in the 6th lair. Will he return? I'm not sure for now, but the possibility isn't high, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang was quiet. Then he returned to Sword Star. There wasn't much that had changed on Sword Star. All the maidservants were still there, but Qiu, you had left lineage of Star a while back to wander outside. Jian Wushuang stayed in Sword Star as he waited. For the rest of the time, there were experts of lineage of Star coming back one after another. Some came back from Thunderbolt Island. Some came back from the 8th lair, and there were some that come back from all over eternal chaotic world. Just like Hall Master Yuan had described, the birth of a new Hall Master was a major event to lineage of Star. After all, an Almighty was extremely important to any force in eternal chaotic world and was one of the people to count on. Every extra person would increase the overall power tremendously. Lineage of Star, as one of the great forces in eternal chaotic world, had had 3 Almighties in commanding positions previously, but now there were 4. Regardless of if it was experts of real God level or disciples of universe God level in lineage of star, no one wasn't thrilled when they found out about the news. In the blink of an eye, a month's time had passed. The banquet started as usual. The higher-ups in lineage of star, besides those who couldn't rush back in short notice, almost all of them were present. The banquet was extremely busy, and there were a few lofty thrones arranged side by side. Besides Jian Wushuang and Hall Master Yuan, there were another 2 figures seated there. Jian Wushuang, let me introduce. This is Sir God Shuryin, who is a big-name figure in Sanctuary Alliance, Hall Master Yuan said as he pointed at a handsome, middle-aged man who kept short hair with great height and powerful build. Big-name figure? Don't listen to him. Jian Wushuang, I'm Nie Yin. You can call me by my name or just call me Hall Master Nie Yin. As for Sir God Shuryin, it's just a title, the tall and sturdy middle-aged man, Nie Yin, said with a hearty smile. Greetings, Hall Master Nie Yin. Jian Wushuang behaved humbly. He knew long ago that besides Hall Master Yuan, there had been another 2 Hall Masters in lineage of star. However, the other 2 Hall Masters had never involved themselves with worldly affairs. Hence, he only saw them that day. This is Hall Master Gu Xan. The others refer to her as Sir God Gu Xan, Hall Master Yuan said. Hall Master Gu Xan, Jian Wushuang greeted humbly. Greetings! The extremely enchanting woman, who looked like a fairy from a painting, Hall Master Gu Xan said. Her voice was captivating too. In eternal chaotic world, forget about the Almighties. Even many real gods have titles. Jian Wushuang, you have the fighting power of an almighty now. Are you not giving yourself one? Title. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Nie Yin looked towards him. Most experts had titles that belonged to them. Jian Wushuang had met many real gods that had their own titles. The same went for the Almighties. The titles were many and varied, but all had their unique points. Some named themselves according to the divine weapon that they were good with, or unique skill, or doctrine that they comprehended. Some named themselves casually. A long time ago, when I was still back in my hometown, I was pathetically weak, but I still received the title of Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang smiled. Sword Emperor? The surrounding 3 Hall Masters exchanged a look and nodded faintly. The title was given by oneself casually. It was as well without it as with it. Jian Wushuang was good with swords, and he had the fighting power of a Sir God. It was normal that he would be referred to as Sword Emperor. The banquet was extremely crowded and busy. There were many real gods that got up to toast Jian Wushuang occasionally. After all, the main focus of the banquet was Jian Wushuang. During the banquet, Jian Wushuang was chatting casually with the 3 Hall Masters next to him. They had set up prohibitions around them, so the real gods beneath couldn't listen to the content of their conversations. Jian Wushuang, I heard that you made Soaring Heaven King Palace suffer a great loss, and you gained an abundant benefit from them. Hall Master Nie Yin looked at him. It did happen, Jian Wushuang nodded. Haha, well done. Soaring Heaven King Palace has always been aggressive and barbaric. I was upset with them long ago. There was a chilly gleam in Hall Master Nie Yin's eyes. Oh! Jian Wushuang looked at Hall Master Nie Yin in shock. Jian Wushuang, you might not know this, but Hall Master Nie Yin once had an issue with Soaring Heaven King Palace. He once fought against Soaring Heaven King Palace, but then he suffered a minor loss. This time, you vented his grievance on his behalf, Hall Master Yuan said. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. Humph. Soaring Heaven King Palace looked down their noses down at everyone, and it is a common sight. Jian Wushuang, if you fight Soaring Heaven King Palace again in the future, show no mercy. Go ahead and kill them directly, Hall Master Nie Yin said. Actually, I'm curious. Soaring Heaven King Palace suffered such a great loss this time. Theoretically, they should be raging with anger, but why didn't they dare to fight Lineage of Star head-on? With soaring Heaven King Palace's power, they totally have the capital to start a war with Lineage of Star? Jian Wushuang asked confusedly. He had wanted to ask that question since long ago. Chapter 1699. A Man in a Responsible Position. Chapter 1699. A Man in a Responsible Position. Comparing backgrounds, the soaring Heaven King Palace was a lot more powerful than the Lineage of Star. In terms of abilities, be it the number of Almighties who were part of the higher-ups or the number of real gods, the soaring Heaven King Palace had the Lineage of Star beaten in both areas. As for their positions in the Sanctuary Alliance, the soaring Heaven King Palace was at a much higher position than the Lineage of Star, and this could be seen during the distribution of the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy every 30 years. During every distribution, the Lineage of Star could only get one token of the Fairy Palace's legacy, while the soaring Heaven King Palace could get two of them. Since the soaring Heaven King Palace was better than the Lineage of Star in every area, they could start a war with the Lineage of Star right away. However, in the end, the soaring Heaven King Palace Master's orders were imposing at the start, as he said that they would kill anyone who dared to stop them from killing Jian Wushuang. Indeed, they were also daring enough to kill the experts of the Lineage of Star. However, from the start to the end, they only focused on one expert in the Lineage of Star, and they had never threatened the Lineage of Star for real. At that moment, they had suffered huge losses. Not only did they lose many experts, they had also lost many treasures. The most important thing was that they had lost a great amount of their prestige. According to the way that the soaring Heaven King Palace had always done their things, they should have started a war with the Lineage of Star immediately. However, in actual fact, the soaring Heaven King Palace did not do it. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Hall Master Yuan and the two other Hall Masters looked at one another and laughed at once. Jian Wushuang, since you are already one of the Hall Masters, I can tell you some of the secrets of the Lineage of Star. Hall Master Yuan laughed. That's right. The soaring Heaven King Palace is powerful. Their abilities as a whole and their background are a lot stronger than the Lineage of Star. However, even if more guts were loaned to them, they would still not dare to start a war with the Lineage of Star for real. From the day the Lineage of Star is founded to now, over so many years, the Lineage of Star has only fought a war against a big powerhouse for real at the start. Although that big powerhouse was inferior to the soaring Heaven King Palace, it was not different from them by too much. However, the Lineage of Star scored a complete victory during that battle. Ever since then, all the powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance have dared not start a war with the Lineage of Star for real. As for the reason, you can make a guess. Jian Wushuang frowned. However, his eyes glowed with a shrill light abruptly. Could it be because of the secret skill of Star Palace? Haha, that's right. It's the secret skill of Star Palace. Hall Master Yuan laughed. You also know that the Lineage of Star has 4 secret skills. However, the most popular secret skill that caused experts from everywhere in the eternal chaotic world to be fearful is the secret skill of Star Palace. This secret skill is really frightening. Jian Wushuang had a puzzled expression. He was clear that the secret skill of Star Palace was actually the secret skill of 7 Star from the 7 Star Black Sect. Hence, it was a secret skill from the ancient past, and it ought to be frightening. Jian Wushuang, you have cultivated the 2nd volume of the secret skill of Star Palace. Thus, you do not need me to explain how powerful it is. As for our Palace Master, he has also cultivated the 2nd volume of the secret skill of Star Palace. When the 2nd volume of the secret skill of Star Palace is fully activated, his abilities will rise by 100 times straight away, and this will be maintained for a breath's time. Moreover, our Palace Master is an Emperor God. Furthermore, he is a well-known person among the Emperor Gods. With such abilities, if he were to unleash the 2nd volume of the secret skill of Star Palace as well, what level do you think our Palace Master would reach? Hall Master Yuan looked over with interest. Jian Wushuang was stunned. He was already a well-known person among the Emperor gods. If he were to activate the second volume of the secret skill of Star Palace, as well his abilities, Great Emperor level. Jian Wushuang said with surprise. That's right, it's Great Emperor level. Hall Master Yuan laughed. During the great battle between the lineage of Star and the big powerhouse back then, it became a one-sided suppression as the Palace Master unleashed the secret skill of Star Palace at the very start. As such, he killed 3 almighties, which included 1 Emperor God of that big powerhouse with lightning speed. Therefore, how could that big powerhouse not be defeated? That's it. Jian Wushuang became shocked as he listened. He finally understood why the soaring Heaven King Palace dared not start a war with the lineage of Star. It was because of the Star Palace Master being a great deterrent. After all, although it was only for a breath's time, he possessed Great Emperor level fighting capabilities. Moreover, when the secret skill of Star Palace was used, one had to wait for a period of time before being able to use it again. However, the fighting capabilities that could only last for a breath's time were enough to strike the soaring Heaven King Palace with terror. As such, the soaring Heaven King Palace dared to take the initiative to kill the experts of the lineage of Star, and they even dared to kill the top geniuses of the lineage of Star. However, as for starting a great battle with the lineage of Star, in particular a great battle where they would fight to their last breath, they did not have the courage to do so as they were frightened. Palace Master, a man in a responsible position, Jian Wushuang gasped in admiration. He is indeed a man in a responsible position. With the Palace Master keeping watch, the lineage of Star also has a high position in the Sanctuary Alliance. Even though we have provoked some strong enemies and powerhouses, no one among them can do anything to the lineage of Star. For example, many powerhouses were envious of us because of the priceless white blaze fruit tree that you obtained back then. However, no one dared to cast their greedy eyes on it. Although that was mostly due to the Purple Moon Great Emperor, those powerhouses were also quite fearful of our Palace Master. Hall Master Yuan laughed. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Previously, he had not known much about the Star Palace Master. He only knew that the Star Palace Master was an emperor god with strong abilities, and he had founded the lineage of Star. Moreover, he was fortunate to obtain the secret skill of 7 Star of the 7 Star Black Sect. However, Jian Wushuang did not know how important the Star Palace Master was in the lineage of Star. It is fortunate for the lineage of Star to have such a super expert keeping watch. However, everything has its pros and cons, Jian Wushuang murmured. To a sect, it was indeed good for them to have a man in a responsible position. However, if the man in a responsible position did not have some experts who could bear some heavy responsibilities beside him, it would definitely be a disaster for the sect if the man in a responsible position were to fall. It would be even more of a disaster, especially if the sect possessed treasures that could catch the greedy eyes of many people and had also offended quite a number of experts from other powerhouses. Oh, right, Jian Wushuang, there's something that I am very curious about. Hall Master Nya Yun questioned abruptly. By using real God Han Quan to threaten the soaring Heaven King Palace, you obtain many benefits from them. In particular, I understand why you got 100,000 doctrine gems and 500 years of training time in the Fairy Palace. After all, you need them. However, as for the demon cores, why do you need so many demon cores? Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xan also looked over. They were curious as well. Jian Wushuang laughed at once. To tell you the truth, I wanted those demon cores so that I could absorb the pure power within them to make my divine power more powerful. An inverse cultivator like me is very different from a normal cultivator. At the level of a real god, the thickness of divine power is extremely important to me, as it is the key to me making a breakthrough. However, relying on myself to train continuously and accumulate divine power is too slow. If I were to absorb demon cores, I could accumulate divine power a lot faster. Is that so? The three Hall Masters understood at once. If it's demon cores, the lineage of Star will have quite a number of them. Do you have enough demon cores on your hands now? If you do not have enough, I can give you some right away, Hall Master Yuan said. Chapter 1700 Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. Chapter 1700 Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. If it's enough? It's definitely not enough. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. He knew clearly that ultimate divine power water droplet would be more difficult to precipitate as he progressed further. He had obtained quite a number of demon cores from soaring Heaven King Palace. However, even if he absorbed all of them, Jian Wushuang reckoned he would at most precipitate 20 or maybe 30 ultimate divine power water droplets. He would still be far from the 100 drops needed to break through and become a stage 3 ultimate real god. I just got many grade 3 demon cores from soaring Heaven King Palace. Just to absorb all of the demon cores will require a very long time. So, I'll wait till I absorb all the demon cores before I come to ask for more from Hall Master Yuan, Jian Wushuang replied. Tell me directly when you need it, Hall Master Yuan said. Actually, if it is about the accumulation of divine power, there are more ways to absorb them from demon cores. You can also use natural treasures, Hall Master Guexan said. To be frank, my divine power is unusual. Any ordinary treasure for the accumulation of divine power won't be much help to me. Only some extremely precious natural treasure will be effective for me. Plus, I would require a terrifying amount of them. If I were to rely on natural treasure to accumulate divine power, I reckon even Lineage of Star couldn't support me, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He wasn't joking about what he said. Previously, he had thought about relying on natural treasure to precipitate 100 drops of ultimate divine power water droplet. However, the price was too high. It was even higher than a white blaze fruit tree. He naturally couldn't live in luxury like that. We don't have any ordinary natural treasures, and we couldn't support any high-valued treasure, but I have heard of a place that might be useful for the accumulation of divine power, Hall Master Guexan said. Oh. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at Hall Master Guexan. What place? Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. Hall Master Guexan squinted her eyes. Of course, I've only heard about it from other people. It is said that an expert obtained a drop of absolute beginning divine power from an ancient battlefield. Then, she brought it back, and it naturally developed and evolved into a divine pond. The divine pond is 999,999 zhang deep. It is huge, and it contains boundless absolute beginning divine power. Plus, absolute beginning divine power is extremely pure. It is said that the power is 10 times purer compared to the power contained in the demon cores. On top of that, it is much easier to absorb. There was one time when a severely injured emperor god, who was on the brink of death, entered the divine pond of absolute beginning, and he resumed his peak state in 3 years' time. What? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Niayin next to him were shocked too. It was obvious that it was their first time hearing about divine pond of absolute beginning as well. As for the effect of the divine pond, an emperor god on the brink of death, he recovered in 3 years. He was an emperor god. The stronger one's power was, the more difficult it was for one to recover after injury. Jian Wushuang, you need to absorb a large amount of pure power now to accumulate your divine power. In eternal chaotic world, I'm afraid there is nowhere with purer power than absolute beginning divine power from divine pond of absolute beginning, Hall Master Guexan said. Hall Master Guexan, do you know where the divine pond of absolute beginning is? Jian Wushuang asked. He was very interested in the divine pond of absolute beginning. After all, if divine pond of absolute beginning were to be that impressive, his divine power could totally be accumulated to the maximum in the shortest time possible. I've only heard about Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. As for its actual location and its actual owner, I have no idea. Hall Master Guexen shook her head. However, there's a person who would likely know where the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning is located. After all, I found out about the existence of Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning from him. Who's that person? Jian Wushuang asked closely. That person. He's a strange man, also a madman. He stays on Thunderbolt Island now. His name is called Mad Dog, Hall Master Guexan said. It's him. Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Niayun were shocked. Mad Dog. Jian Wushuang was stunned, and he immediately thought of a person. When he had first got to Thunderbolt Island, he met a strange elderly. The strange elderly had seen him and guided him to master his power superposition skill. His 10,000 wave skill was based on the power superposition skill. But after he had mastered the skill, the strange elderly had become unhappy and wanted to recruit him as his disciple. It was a pity that Jian Wushuang had rejected him. Then Jian Wushuang had found out that the strange elderly was the strangest almighty in the entire Sanctuary Alliance on Thunderbolt Island. His name was Mad God, and he had no other title. Almost everyone called him Mad Dog, but as they had scruples about his identity as an almighty, they would call him Sir God Mad Dog. Sir God Mad Dog liked to eat the most. Back then, Sir God Mad Dog expressed his interest in white blaze fruit and wanted to get a few white blaze fruit from Jian Wushuang, but he hadn't had any then. Jian Wushuang, do you know Sir God Mad Dog? Hall Master Guexen looked at him. I do, Jian Wushuang smiled. Not only that, I also have his communication token. He offered it to me. Communication token? Hall Master Guexen and the others were shocked. One should know that although Sir God Mad Dog wasn't a nice name, he was arrogant and obstinate. He behaved completely lawlessly in Sanctuary Alliance. He held no scruples against anyone and showed no consideration for anyone's feelings. It was naturally extremely difficult to get his communication token. At least Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Guexen, and Hall Master Niayun definitely didn't have it. But Jian Wushuang did, and it had been Sir God Mad Dog who had offered it to him. As Sir God Mad Dog offered his communication token to you, it means that you shared a friendly moment. You can go and ask him. Hall Master Guexen smiled. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then he suddenly turned to look at Hall Master Yuan and said, Speaking of Sir God Mad Dog, I nearly forgot about this. He is very interested in white blaze fruit. Hall Master Yuan, is there a white blaze fruit left in Lineage of Star? There are a few more, and it will not be too long until the next fruiting of white blaze fruit tree. How many do you need? Hall Master Yuan asked. 2 will be enough. Sir God Mad Dog is only a greedy eater. He isn't using it for cultivation. Jian Wushuang smiled. Sure, after the banquet ends, I'll get them for you, Hall Master Yuan promised. In the lofty hall, the banquet was still ongoing. Then Hall Master Yuan suddenly stood up and raised his glass. His loud and bright voice reverberated in the hall. Come on, everyone, let us toast Hall Master Wushuang. Everyone in the hall stood up simultaneously. Cheers! After eating and drinking, the banquet ended. Chapter 1701, Playing Tricks. Chapter 1701, Playing Tricks. The moment the banquet ended, Hall Master Yuan gave Jian Wushuang 2 white blaze fruits. Jian Wushuang took out the transmission token straight away. Sir God Mad Dog, Jian Wushuang said with respect. After some time, Sir God Mad Dog replied, Jian Wushuang, I heard that a little kid like you currently possesses the fighting capabilities of a Sir God. Moreover, you are ranked first in the real God ranking list. How impressive. Back then, I really did not misjudge you. However, it's a pity that you were unwilling to be my disciple. If not, I would have the right to brag. Sir God Mad Dog, please don't make fun of me. Jian Wushuang laughed and asked, Where are you now? Are you in the Thunderbolt Island? No, no. I have just come out of Thunderbolt Island, and I am about to reach the Holy Kingdom of Dark Light, Sir God Mad Dog said. The Holy Kingdom of Dark Light? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He had some impression of the Holy Kingdom of Dark Light. It was a holy kingdom that was not too far away from the 10 sanctuaries. I will set off now to go to where you are, Jian Wushuang said. Why? Are you finding me for something? Sir God Mad Dog questioned with doubt. It's nothing much. Back then, didn't you ask me to get you some white blaze fruits? I have just gotten them, and I am specially sending them over to you. Jian Wushuang laughed. Haha, I appreciate the sentiment. I will be waiting for you in the Holy Kingdom of Dark Light. Sir God Mad Long laughed heartily. After terminating the transmission and knowing the whereabouts of Sir God Mad Dog, Jian Wushuang did not waste any time, and he headed to the Holy Kingdom of Dark Light immediately. The Holy Kingdom of Dark Light was a normal holy kingdom in the eternal chaotic world. In particular, there were border areas in a region, and they had been ruled by a powerhouse known as the Dark Sky Fortress for many years, in a giant mountain range. Slap, slap. Sounds of a whip hitting flesh could be heard. At the same time, painful cries could be heard. Move faster. You are so slow. Are you looking to die? Some black-armored soldiers were ordering many cultivators to dig for gems. There were many cultivators, and their numbers amounted to more than tens of thousands of them. Most of them were heaven masters. However, a small number of them were universe gods. They had all been captured and brought over by the Dark Sky Fortress with force. After being brought to their current location, they lived their days out so miserably that it was at the point where they were better off dead than living. Although the cultivators were filled with anger and grievance, they could not show them. After all, to them, the Dark Sky Fortress was too powerful, and it was a huge monster. All of a sudden, while a big group of black-armored soldiers were gathered together, a purple-robed, middle-aged man who was more than 2 meters tall walked over. Upon seeing the purple-robed, middle-aged man, although many cultivators who were doing hard labor below were gnashing their teeth with hatred, they had no choice but to lower their heads. The purple-robed, middle-aged man was the fortress master of the Dark Sky Fortress, who was also an overlord of the whole Holy Kingdom of Dark Light. The Dark Sky Fortress master descended in front of a cave which had a seal on it, was at the center of the mountain range, and was also guarded by many soldiers. How is the progress? The Dark Sky Fortress master looked at a soldier beside him. Fortress master, everything has been smooth, the soldier answered. All right. The Dark Sky Fortress master nodded his head. After that, he entered the cave alone. The Dark Sky Fortress master walked deep into the cave. Over there was a center which was filled with black air, and the center was filled with pitch-black vines. On top of the vines, there was a pitch-black fruit which was emitting a sweet smell. The fruit was also the size of the head of a baby. Upon seeing the fruit, the Dark Sky Fortress master's eyes filled with excitement. Haha! By using the hatred of many cultivators as nutrients, the speed of growth, the resentful soul fruit, has indeed risen greatly. It will be done soon. In at most 10 years' time, this fruit will fully ripen. At that time, the Dark Sky Fortress master became extremely excited while thinking about it. He had found the fruit a long time ago. However, when he had first found it, the fruit was still extremely far away from ripening. As such, he had intentionally caught many cultivators and brought them to this area so that he could use their hatred to accelerate the growth of the fruit continuously. For the fruit, he had paid an extremely huge price. However, as long as the fruit was able to completely ripen, the price that he paid would be worth it. It's a resentful soul fruit. Just one of them alone is probably worth more than the possessions of many chaotic real gods. The Dark Sky Fortress master was muttering to himself. However, something strange occurred abruptly. All of a sudden, a part of the void broke open. After that, an old, yellowish palm came out from the void and grabbed the pitch-black fruit. The palm then plucked the fruit straight away. Under the panicked eyes of the dark sky fortress master, the pitch-black fruit was plucked by the palm. After that, the palm shrank violently and disappeared. The dark sky fortress master became stupefied where he stood, and a weird laugh rang in his ears. Hee hee, thank you very much. The dark sky fortress master stared with so much anger that his eyes were about to tear apart. Who is it? Who is it? Quick, find him. Find this person immediately. I want his body torn into thousands of pieces. The dark sky fortress master's roaring voice, which was filled with an infinite amount of anger, resounded through the gigantic mountain range. The mountain range also went into an uproar at once, and countless soldiers of the dark sky fortress started to search crazily. Just then, two figures were standing in a void somewhere in the mountain range. One of them was a strange old man who wore tattered clothes and was in a complete mess. He also wore a neckband which was filled with white bones. At that time he was holding a pitch-black fruit and laughing arrogantly. Sir God Mad Dog, that's merely a resentful soul fruit. If you need it, I have one with me, and I can give it to you. Hence, why did you exert so much effort to play tricks on those people? Jian Wushuang, who was carrying a long sword on his back, asked with a puzzled expression. Hee hee, Jian Wushuang, you don't know about me. I love to eat, and I am fond of foods that are very valuable and rare. However, when eating, I like the flustered and exasperated look of someone whose item has been secretly eaten by me even more. Sir God Mad Dog laughed strangely. For example, this resentful soul fruit is merely worth 100 to 200 doctrine gems. To either of us, it is considered nothing. However, to the dark sky fortress master, this treasure is like his life savings. Thus, it would be weird if he did not go crazy from anger if I were to steal this resentful soul fruit under his nose. And I like to see him go crazy. Haha, this is really interesting. As Sir God Mad Dog spoke, he raised the pitch-black fruit in his hands and took a bite. After that, he ate the pitch-black fruit with great relish. Its taste is really not too bad, Sir God Mad Dog said willfully. Upon seeing that, Jian Wushuang shook his head. In this world, there were many kinds of people. Sir God Mad Dog was a true lunatic, and everyone knew that. However, Jian Wushuang also knew that Sir God Mad Dog's crazy and strange way of doing things was definitely related to what he had experienced in the past. After all the Almighties paid close attention to their prestige, and only Sir God Mad Dog did not care about it in the slightest bit. It was even to the point that his name was Mad Dog. Looking at just that point alone, he was unique among the Almighties. Chapter 1702, Can't Enter. Chapter 1702, Can't Enter. Jian Wushuang, where's the white blaze fruit that you brought for me? Sir God Mad Dog looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled. He flipped his wrist and took out 2 white blaze fruits. 2. Sir God Mad Dog beamed with joy. Not bad, not bad. Sir God Mad Dog put the 2 white blaze fruits into his Qian Ku ring. Then he said leisurely, Young man, tell me then, why did you look for me? Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. Sir God Mad Dog behaved like a crazy man, but in actual fact he was shrewd. He knew that Jian Wushuang needed help as he had looked for him and brought him 2 white blaze fruits. I really do need help from Sir God Mad Dog. It's regarding the divine pond of absolute beginning, Jian Wushuang said. Divine pond of absolute beginning? Sir God Mad Dog's eyes fixed. He was originally enjoying the resentful soul fruit with appetite and relish, but he suddenly paused. Don't tell me you're planning to go to divine pond of absolute beginning. Sir God Mad Dog said. I do have this plan in mind. Jian Wushuang smiled and didn't hide it. TSK. It's useless. Even if you plan to, you can't enter divine pond of absolute beginning. Sir God Mad Dog continued to eat the fruit. Why? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. This, Sir God Mad Dog was going to explain. Finally found him. An angry roar suddenly spread from the void before. Dark Sky Fortress Master led his troop of black armored soldiers behind him and plunged towards Jian Wushuang and Sir God Mad Dog. The eyes of Dark Sky Fortress Master gave out flagrant murderous intention, especially when he saw the half-eaten resentful soul fruit in Sir God Mad Dog's hand. His eyes turned bloodshot and red. "Old man, how dare you take my resentful soul fruit? I want you dead, and I'll crush you into ashes today." Dark Sky Fortress Master's roar shook the sky. Sir God Mad Dog couldn't be bothered. He even intentionally took another bite of the resentful soul fruit in front of Dark Sky Fortress Master, and then threw the rest away. Hee, I'll give it back to you then." "Give it back to me? You've almost finished it, and you'll give it back to me?" Dark Sky Fortress Master was raging with anger. Die! An outstanding aura was released from Dark Sky Fortress Master's body. The aura had already reached the level of an eternal real god. An eternal real god was definitely a superb existence of overlord level in Holy Kingdom. Some kings of Holy Kingdoms were merely on that level as well. At such a level, they were like ants before Jian Wushuang and Sir God Mad Dog. Looking at the Dark Sky Fortress Master charging at them, Jian Wushuang's face turned cold. "Go away." There was a low bellow. The voice was low, but it shook the hearts of the Dark Sky Fortress Master and the black-armored soldiers behind him like a clap of loud thunder. Dark Sky Fortress Master, who was originally angry and wanted to kill Sir God Mad Dog, suddenly stiffened. There was an unprecedented fear in his eyes. He stared at Jian Wushuang as his heart grew numb. Jian Wushuang had already reached the level of Stage 2 Ultimate Real God. His divine power and divine body were of the level of an almighty. His power was naturally of almighty level. Just how strong and powerful would his low bellow be? Dark Sky Fortress Master could only feel that his divine body was going to explode from the roar. He could feel that the young man carrying a sword on his back could kill him countless times with one thought. If he felt so, the black-armored soldiers behind him were even more terrified. "I'm sorry, mister. We shall leave immediately. Go now." Dark Sky Fortress Master had no more temper. His earlier anger had vanished into thin air. He immediately led his troops and ran away quickly. When the people had left, Jian Wushuang looked at Sir God Mad Dog again. "Sir God Mad Dog, you said I can't enter Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. Why?" "Don't panic." Sir God Mad Dog waved, and an ancient green spaceship appeared in the void before them. "Let's go. We will talk on the spaceship." "Let's move as we talk." Jian Wushuang nodded. The two of them immediately got onto the spaceship. Sir God Mad Dog drove the spaceship and plunged outside of Holy Kingdom of Darklight. In the cabin, Jian Wushuang and Sir God Mad Dog sat opposite one another as they chatted. "Jian Wushuang, as you heard about Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, you definitely know the origins of Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, right?" Sir God Mad Dog asked. "Yes," Jian Wushuang nodded. "It is said that an expert retrieved a drop of power of Absolute Beginning from an ancient battlefield. Then it developed and evolved into Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning." That's true. But you must understand that the evolution of power of absolute beginning took a very long time. From the one drop of divine power in the beginning to a divine pond, God knows how many years it took, Sir God Mad Dog started to explain. In the end, the divine pond of absolute beginning got bigger, and the effect got more shocking. There was a rumor that said that a severely injured Emperor God had entered the divine pond of absolute beginning and resumed his peak in 3 years. That's true because I saw it with my own eyes. However, although the Emperor God resumed his peak, he expanded the power of absolute beginning in the divine pond of absolute beginning for 3 years. After such expense, Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning would need at least tens of thousands of years of evolution until it could be recovered. That's why the Emperor God paid a price that equaled half of his possessions. Half his possessions? Jian Wushuang stunned. Emperor God was the level of a Star Palace master. In the eternal chaotic world, a super expert that was second to the great emperor. Such a top expert had shockingly great possessions, far beyond what Jian Wushuang could imagine. However, merely recovering in the divine pond of absolute beginning for 3 years had cost him half of his possessions. The price was too high. It's so even for Emperor God. As for you, Sir God Mad Dog looked at Jian Wushuang. Young man, you are an inverse cultivator. If you were to make a trip to divine pond of absolute beginning and expend power of absolute beginning, I reckon it shouldn't be any less than for the Emperor God. From what I know, a long time ago, when real God Wu Bei was still alive, he once found the owner of divine pond of absolute beginning, Sir God Luo Sha, and he offered a great price and talked terms with Sir God Luo Sha. Sir God Luo Sha had originally thought he was just a real god, and even as an inverse cultivator, he would at most take a year's or 2 years' worth of power of absolute beginning from divine pond of absolute beginning. Then he agreed. But in the end, real God Wu Bei stayed in divine pond of absolute beginning for 8 years. He also absorbed 8 years of power of absolute beginning and never came out. Sir God Luo Sha was furious, and he chased real God Wu Bei out by force. After that incident, when Sir God Luo Sha found out how much power of absolute beginning from divine pond of absolute beginning he lost, he nearly killed real God Wu Bei. Chapter 1703. Huge Price. Chapter 1703. Huge Price. What Sir Dog Mad Dog said had shaken Jian Wushuang. An inverse cultivator required an accumulation of divine power when they were at the level of real God. It was an accumulation of extravagantly extensive divine power. 100 drops of ultimate divine power water droplet were harder to precipitate at the later stage. Jian Wushuang had massacred so many star demons in the 8th flare and collected so many demon cores, but he had only managed to precipitate 10 drops of ultimate divine power water droplet with difficulty and broken through to become a stage 2 ultimate real god. The remaining ultimate divine power water droplet required absorption of a terrifyingly extensive amount of pure power. An Emperor God had absorbed 3 years' worth of power of absolute beginning in divine pond of absolute beginning until he fully recovered to his peak. Even if an inverse cultivator were to stay in divine pond of absolute beginning for 5 to 10 years, his ultimate divine power might not be able to reach a saturation point, which was when he would break through and become stage 3 ultimate real God. Real God Wu Bei stayed in divine pond of absolute beginning for 8 years. But in the end, he obviously had yet to reach his limit before he was chased out by Sir God Luo Sha by force. With the lesson of real God Wu Bei, tell me, would the controller of divine pond of absolute beginning, Sir God Luo Sha, let you enter divine pond of absolute beginning? Sir God Mad Dog said with a spurious smile. Jian Wushuang heard and smiled bitterly. Is there no way at all? Jian Wushuang asked. Whether or not is there a way, we shall see after we meet Sir God Luo Sha, Sir God Mad Dog said. Jian Wushuang nodded. He knew that it was useless no matter how much Sir God Mad Dog and him talked. After all, the divine pond of absolute beginning was in the control of Sir God Mad Dog. The conditions that he had to fulfill and the price he had to pay to enter divine pond of absolute beginning would be determined by Sir God Luo Sha. An ancient green spaceship traveled at fast speed in the void. The speed was terrifyingly fast. Jian Wushuang and Sir God Mad Dog were on the spaceship. They dined and chatted. Occasionally, Jian Wushuang would absorb some demon cores. 60 years later, the green spaceship arrived at a remote dark void. In the dark void, There were layers of prohibition and vast fog. The space-time was unique too. Unless one knew the background of the void, there wouldn't be anyone who would barge into the void. In the middle of the dark void, there was a piece of floating land. The size of the land wasn't big, it was only about 100,000 miles, including mountains and rivers. The scenery was like a painting, was like land of peach blossom. This is where Sir God Luo Sha resides. Jian Wushuang looked at the piece of floating land. This is so secretive. Humph! Sir God Luo Sha is eccentric and unsociable. Although she is one of the members of Sanctuary Alliance, she almost never visits Thunderbolt Island, and she hardly gets in contact with the experts from Sanctuary Alliance. There are even many experts that didn't know of her existence. She has been living in seclusion. There are less than 10 people from the entire Sanctuary Alliance who know her residence place, Sir God Mad Dog said. In Sanctuary Alliance, there should be quite a few experts who live in seclusion, like Sir God Luo Sha, right? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. There are some, and there are quite a few of them, Sir God Mad Dog said. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't surprised. At that moment, in the middle of the prohibition surrounding the piece of land in front of them, there was a space tunnel that appeared from nowhere. It was obvious that Sir God Luo Sha had known that they were arriving long ago. Come on, let's head in. Sir God Mad Dog led the way and entered the space tunnel together with Jian Wushuang. In the scroll, painting like world on the piece of floating land, there was a simple bamboo house. Before the bamboo house, there was a stone table. Then there was a silver-haired old lady in a simple robe sitting as she weaved a bamboo basket. Old witch, long time no see. Sir God Mad Dog was casual in his manner. He came before the bamboo house and sat down on the stone stool, right opposition the silver-haired old lady, as Jian Wushuang stood next to him. Hearing Sir God Mad Dog's greetings, Sir God Luo Sha wasn't angry. Old Mad Dog, you don't look for food, but came to my place what for? I don't have anything for you to eat here. Ha! I know you don't have anything delicious. I don't even bother to come and look for you, Sir God Mad Dog replied casually. Oh. Sir God Luo Sha was surprised. Then she turned to look at Jian Wushuang. This is Jian Wushuang. Greetings, Sir God Luo Sha. Jian Wushuang bowed politely. Jian Wushuang. Sir God Luo Sha looked calm. I have not kept in touch with the outside world for very long, and I have never heard of your name. Let me ask around. Sir God Luo Sha took out a token and sent a message to ask. In a short while, she received information about Jian Wushuang. I see. You're from Lineage of Star, and you're in the first place on Real God ranking list. You are quite famous. Sir God Luo Sha looked surprised. Then she asked, I wonder what's the purpose of your visit today? I am coming for the divine pond of absolute beginning. Jian Wushuang didn't beat around the bush. Sir God Luo Sha wasn't surprised, and she continued to weave her bamboo basket while she said calmly, as Mad Dog has brought you here, he should have told you some stories. Do you think that after what happened with real God Wu Bei, I would let you, an inverse cultivator, enter divine pond of absolute beginning? Sir God Luo Sha, in this world, no matter what the incident is, there is space for negotiation. Divine pond of absolute beginning will be really extremely helpful to me, but I have no idea what price I have to pay in order to enter and absorb power of absolute beginning to my heart's content. Jian Wushuang said solemnly, the last time real God Wu Bei entered, he stayed there for 8 years. I had to chase him out by force. If I hadn't, even if he had stayed there for 10 years, the divine power in his body might not have reached his limit. An inverse cultivator absorbing 10 years' worth of divine power wantonly. Just how extensive would be the amount of power of absolute beginning absorbed? You can't afford the price. Sir God, Luo Sha said. Sir God Luo Sha, if you don't make it clear, how will I know if I can afford it? Jian Wushuang said, Hee, you're so stubborn. I'll be straightforward with you then. I heard that lineage of star has got a white blaze fruit tree. Sir God Luo Sha looked at him. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. The white blaze fruit tree was what he had gotten. That's simple. If you have the ability to give the white blaze fruit tree that you gave lineage of star to me, I will let you stay in divine pond of absolute beginning for 10 years, Sir God Luo Sha said. What? Jian Wushuang looked strained. He had known since long ago that Sir God Luo Sha would ask for a huge price, but he had never expected it to be that huge. A white blaze fruit tree. One should know that the white blaze fruit tree was something that all forces cast greedy eyes over. Plus, even if he brought a white blaze fruit tree, he could only stay in divine pond of absolute beginning for 10 years. In 10 years, Jian Wushuang wasn't sure if he could accumulate ultimate divine power to his extreme limit. Chapter 1704, Sir God Luo Sha's Enmity. Chapter 1704, Sir God Luo Sha's Enmity. Although I was the one who got the white blaze fruit tree, it is extremely useful to lineage of star. I can't exchange a white blaze fruit tree for an opportunity to enter divine pond of absolute beginning. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Sir God Luo Sha, is there no other possibility? Another possibility? Yes. Sir God Luo Sha suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, I read the information recorded on Real God ranking list. It is said that you once injured Sir God Qianlan. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. Sir God Qianlan is an almighty from soaring Heaven King Palace. Why would he fight with you? Sir God Luo Sha asked. It was because when I was wandering in the 8th layer, I killed one expert after another from soaring Heaven King Palace. Jian Wushuang briefly shared his story of the 8th layer. Actually, many experts in Eternal Chaotic World knew about the story. However, as Sir God Luo Sha was secluded from the outside world, she never heard about it. He finished the story. In other words, soaring Heaven King Palace suffered a great loss because of you. Sir God Luo Sha's eyes squinted. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded again. I knew about this as well. Sir God Mad Dog spoke. Soaring Heaven King Palace has been barbaric, and they never once suffered. But this time, not only did they suffer a great loss, they were embarrassed. They even became a laughingstock in Eternal Chaotic World. This is because of Jian Wushuang. I see. Sir God Luo Sha looked at Jian Wushuang again, but her gaze was different than before. Jian Wushuang, you can enter divine pond of absolute beginning, and you can stay however long you want, Sir God Luo Sha said. Huh. Jian Wushuang was thrilled with excitement. And the price is... There's no price required. You can just enter. If there's only one condition, it's that after you increase your power, you'll kill that bastard Ling Yun on my behalf. Sir God Luo Sha bellowed as murderous intention soared in her eyes. Bastard Ling Yun? Jian Wushuang was stunned. He didn't even know who he was. Jian Wushuang, that bastard Ling Yun that Sir God Luo Sha was talking about is the founder of Soaring Heaven King Palace, Emperor God Ling Yun. Soaring Heaven King Palace has 2 Emperor Gods. Emperor God Ling Yun is the oldest and also the strongest. Compared to Star Palace Master from Lineage of Star, he should only be stronger, not weaker. Of course, if Star Palace Master were to perform the secret skill of Star Palace with his all, Emperor God Ling Yun could only run away hastily, Sir God Mad Dog said. Sir God Mad Dog was talking to Jian Wushuang via communication token. Then, Sir God Luo Sha didn't know what they were talking about. Judging from Sir God Luo Sha's look, the rumor should be real. Sir God Mad Dog sighed emotionally. Rumor? What rumor? Jian Wushuang asked. A rumor said that Sir God Luo Sha once had a loving husband, who was also a Sir God expert. The 2 of them were like a celestial couple, but then, somehow or other, her husband was killed by Emperor God Ling Yun. Sir God Luo Sha wanted to take revenge on Soaring Heaven King Palace badly, once because of that. However, she was alone. She couldn't cause such a major force like soaring Heaven King Palace to move, Sir God Mad Dog said. This happened long ago. Plus, Sir God Luo Sha never brought it up herself, so I didn't know if it was true or false. But from what it seems, it should be true. Jian Wushuang, you're lucky, Sir God Mad Dog teased. Jian Wushuang smiled. That was true. He couldn't pay the price that Sir God Luo Sha wanted. He thought he was predestined not to cross paths with Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, but who knew Sir God Luo Sha harbored such deep hatred against soaring Heaven King Palace. Jian Wushuang had happened to fight against soaring Heaven King Palace head-on, which had made them suffer great losses and became a laughing stock. It simply meant that he had vented Sir God Luo Sha's grievance. Jian Wushuang. Sir God Luo Sha looked at Jian Wushuang. You made soaring Heaven King Palace suffer great loss, and they definitely won't let it slip. Back then, my husband merely taught the disciple of soaring Heaven King Palace a lesson, as he couldn't stand their barbaric behavior. Then Bastard Ling Yin took action, personally to kill my husband. My husband was naturally gifted. If it wasn't because of Bastard Ling Yin, he would have become an emperor by now. You, in terms of potential, are not inferior to my husband. Soaring Heaven King Palace won't let you continue to grow. They definitely won't. So, show no mercy. Don't win by luck or think that you might be able to resolve the resentment with soaring Heaven King Palace. It is impossible, definitely impossible. What you need to do is to destroy soaring Heaven King Palace entirely and kill all of them. Then, you can live in this world in peace. Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn. He knew that Sir God Luo Sha was speaking the truth. Soaring Heaven King Palace definitely wouldn't let it go. Between him and soaring Heaven King Palace, there wasn't any possibility to resolve resentment. Soaring Heaven King Palace would definitely stop at nothing until he died. After quite some time, Sir God Luo Sha finally calmed down. Excuse me. Sorry that I lost control. Sir God Luo Sha's face became cold. Jian Wushuang, follow me. Sir God Luo Sha led Jian Wushuang and Sir God Mad Dog to the void at the back. Very soon, the three of them arrived at the core of the piece of floating land. It was covered within a prohibition, and they could faintly see a pond. The pond wasn't huge in size, but it looked rather deep. Jian Wushuang heard from Hall Master Gu Exenbach in Lineage of Star the divine pond of absolute beginning was 999,900 zhang deep. That is divine pond of absolute beginning. You can enter directly. But remember, you must only absorb the power of absolute beginning. Don't touch or move the special prohibition or formation in the divine pond. The formation is extremely important to the divine pond. Once it's moved, the consequences will be disastrous, Sir God Luo Sha exhorted. I understand. Thank you, Sir God Luo Sha. Jian Wushuang thanked her. Go ahead. Sir God Luo Sha waved her hand. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate and took a stride forward and plunged towards the divine pond. He arrived at the pond very soon. Old witch, you were quite generous this time. You let Jian Wushuang absorbed the power of absolute beginning in divine pond of absolute beginning to his heart's content. He is an inverse cultivator. Aren't you afraid that he will finish up the power of absolute beginning? Sir God Mad Dog smiled. Humph, my divine pond of absolute beginning isn't as simple as you think it is. So what if he is an inverse cultivator? As long as he is capable, go ahead and absorb it. If he were to have the capability to absorb 1/100th of the divine pond, I'd think he was impressive, Sir God Luo Sha sneered. Plus, this young man embarrassed soaring Heaven King Palace. Forget about the 100th power of absolute beginning. Even if he took away 1/10th power of absolute beginning, I'd let him in. Because I am happy. Chapter 1705, Power of Absolute Beginning. Chapter 1705, Power of Absolute Beginning. Within the divine pond of absolute beginning, white pond water was flowing about. Jian Wushuang was inside the divine pond of absolute beginning, and only his head was left on top of the water. This is the power of absolute beginning. Jian Wushuang felt the white pond water thoroughly. It was pure, and it did not have any impurities. It's too pure. Its power is even purer and in a greater amount than the demon core's power. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Hall Master Guexayan was right. The power of absolute beginning had to be the purest power in the eternal chaotic world. For such a power, not only could it be absorbed and changed into divine power, it also contained shocking recovery powers. It was no wonder that a dying emperor god had recovered to his peak after staying in the divine pond for 3 years. Let's try it. Jian Wushuang attempted to absorb the power of absolute beginning at once. As he absorbed, the white pond water around him entered his body slowly. After that, with the heavenly creation skill active, the pond water started to transform. After just a short amount of time, a small bit of ultimate divine power, which was transformed from the power of absolute beginning, was formed. This speed of transformation, it's a lot faster than when I absorbed the demon cores. Moreover, in terms of quality, it is a lot better. The ultimate divine power that has been transformed from the power of absolute beginning that I have absorbed for this period of time is probably slightly higher than the amount I would get from absorbing a grade 3 demon core. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes wide, and they were filled with delight. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, and he made the best use of his time immediately to start absorbing and transforming the power of absolute beginning in the divine pond. As he absorbed, the ultimate divine power in his body continued to increase. After that, the 11th droplet of ultimate divine power started to precipitate slowly. In just 3 days' time, the 11th ultimate divine power water droplet was precipitated. It's too fast. It has only been 3 days. Jian Wushuang was over the moon. It should be known that if he had continued to rely on absorbing the demon cores, it would be unknown how many demon cores and how much time he would need to precipitate the 11th droplet of the ultimate divine power. However, in the divine pond of absolute beginning, he only took 3 days. Let's continue. With a frenzy of delight, Jian Wushuang immersed himself completely into absorbing the power of absolute beginning. Time passed by slowly. In front of the bamboo house, Sir God Luo Sha and Sir God Mad Dog were sitting opposite each other, just like before. 10 years has already passed. However, Jian Wushuang still has not come out of the divine pond of absolute beginning. In 10 years' time, I wonder how much power of absolute beginning he has absorbed. Old witch, doesn't your heart ache at all? Sir God Mad Dog laughed. Do you think that I am you? Sir God Luo Sha shot a glance toward Sir God Mad Dog. The divine power that an inverse cultivator needs has indeed exceeded my expectations. Hee hee, Sir God Mad Dog laughed strangely. After that, he flipped his hands and took out 2 white blaze fruits. He gave one of them to Sir God Luo Sha. This is a white blaze fruit. Sir God Luo Sha revealed a surprised expression. Old witch, don't say that I am reluctant. I only have a total of 2 white blaze fruits, and they were given to me by Jian Wushuang. Now, I'm giving one of them to you. Aren't I being a good person? Sir God Mad Dog laughed strangely. Sir God Luo Sha did not stand on ceremony and put the white blaze fruit into her Qian Kuan ring right away. As for Sir God Mad Dog, he held the white blaze fruit in his hands and started to eat it with huge bites. He looked like he was enjoying it. It's really a waste for the white blaze fruit to be in your hands. Sir God Luo Sha curled her lips. At the same time as these 2 Sir Gods were having a conversation, outside the black void, a giant spaceship from the outside world was traveling slowly. In the spaceship, there were 4 figures, and they were looking forward at the black void, which was filled with dense fog. Among the four of them, the person at the front was a handsome young man who wore a luxurious purple long robe as well as a heart-rending smile. That Sir God Luo Sha lives here? Ha! It's really a very remote location. It's indeed remote. A cold and gloomy old man who was beside him laughed. If your highness doesn't know, Sir God Luo Sha is an unsociable and eccentric person. Ever since her husband died, she hid herself from the world, and she did not have any contact with the outside world. Even within the Sanctuary Alliance, there is probably less than 10 people who know where she lives. We have also spent a lot of effort and time to find this place. Oh, is that so? The handsome man raised the corners of his mouth, and his smile became even more obvious. If Jian Wushuang were present, he would definitely be extremely furious when he saw the handsome young man, as he was the person who was with Lung Ruxiwet in the Blood Demon Church back then. His Highness Mu Hong. Back then, when Jian Wushuang had been fighting with His Highness Mu Hong head-on, he had come across the inverse cultivation test for the third heaven abruptly. In the end, he was trampled on by His Highness Mu Hong. How are the abilities of Sir God Luo Sha? His Highness Mu Hong questioned. She's very strong. Out of the Sir Gods, she should be at the top level. However, with our lineup, it will be easy to kill her. The cold and gloomy old man answered. For our mission this time around, killing Sir God Luo Sha is secondary. The most important thing is that divine pond of absolute beginning. The 7th Palace Master has instructed us that we must get the divine pond of absolute beginning at all costs. Even if we are unable to get it, we absolutely have to destroy it. If not, when a great battle breaks out in the future, the divine pond of absolute beginning will give two benefits to the Sanctuary Alliance. The cold and gloomy old man was certain about how impressive the divine pond of absolute beginning was. A dying emperor god could recover to his peak after being in the divine pond of absolute beginning for 3 years. If Sir God Luo Sha were to use it without caring about anything else, the power of absolute beginning that had accumulated in the divine pond of absolute beginning could absolutely provide many almighties with divine power and also heal their injuries continuously. When the divine pond of absolute beginning had just formed, the higher-ups of the Sanctuary Alliance wanted to place it in the Thunderbolt Island. However, the divine pond of absolute beginning had long been like a treasure of Sir God Luo Sha, and it was completely under her control. Without her consent, even the Sanctuary Alliance was unable to snatch it away with force. As such, they could only discuss some conditions with her. However, the condition that Sir God Luo Sha brought up was to kill Emperor God Ling Yin and destroy the soaring Heaven King Palace. However, she was rejected by the Sanctuary Alliance. Therefore, in a fit of fury, Sir God Luo Sha brought the divine pond of absolute beginning along with her and left the Sanctuary Alliance. Since then, she has kept herself hidden from the world and has not come out. As such, the Sanctuary Alliance cannot do anything to her. However, it is fortunate that she possesses the divine pond of absolute beginning, as this has given us an opportunity. If it were in the Thunderbolt Island, there would be nothing that we could do. The cold and gloomy old man laughed. Humph, since the Sanctuary Alliance cannot control Sir God Luo Sha, we shall be the ones to do it. His Highness Mu Hong laughed coldly. Let's charge indirectly. With the order of His Highness Mu Hong, the ancient spaceship immediately charged forward into the black void, which was covered by a seal. It also moved at a shocking speed and headed toward the center of the dark void where a floating land was. Atop the piece of floating land, the expressions of Sir God Mad Dog and Sir God Luo Sha, who were originally having a conversation, changed abruptly. Chapter 1706, Sudden Change. Chapter 1706, Sudden Change. Someone barged in. There was a chilly gleam in Sir God Luo Sha's eyes. What? Sir God Mad Dog looked over with a surprised look. I set up a prohibition in the void. Even if there were to be someone who came to visit me, they would normally wait outside the prohibition and only enter after they received my permission. However, the people who came didn't receive my permission, Sir God Luo Sha said. Huh. There was a loud explosion in the nearby void. At the same time, there was a fierce divine aura that spread. Damn it, they already started to attack the prohibition. Although the prohibition that I've set up is not too shabby, a Sir God could forcefully break it if he were to hit it with all his power. Among the people who came, there is obviously someone who is good at formations. Sir God Luo Sha's voice was deep. In a short time, the prohibition that surrounded the floating land collapsed by force. Haha, Sir God Luo Sha, you have been living the life all these years. There was a burst of hearty laughter. Then there were 4 figures who plunged over. The 4 of them let out powerful auras, and they were already at Sir God level. For Sir Gods! Sir God Luo Sha's face grew grave. I have never seen the 4 Sir Gods in Sanctuary Alliance before. They are definitely not from Sanctuary Alliance. They are either from Holocaust Sect or Acheron Palace. Sir God Mad Dog's gaze grew cold. In Eternal Chaotic World, Sanctuary Alliance was an absolute overlord, the supreme. There was no doubt about that. However, although Sanctuary Alliance was strong, there was a hidden enemy. Star Demon Clan in the 8th Lair was just one of them. Plus, Star Demon Clan had only stayed within the 8th Lair. As long as the number of Star Demon didn't reach a limit, they almost never would leave the 8th Lair. Besides Star Demon's clan, there were many hidden forces that could pose a threat to Sanctuary Alliance. These hidden forces moved around the 10 sanctuaries. They moved within Eternal Chaotic World. Among the hidden forces, Holocaust Sect and Acheron Palace were the strongest. Holocaust Sect frequently massacred large numbers of cultivators for their own benefit. They would even massacre to the extent of a world or even a holy kingdom. They were definitely one of the most vicious forces. They were also the public enemy of all cultivators. As for Acheron Palace, they were the most treacherous and the most well-hidden force. They did not take action recklessly, but once they took action, the person who they were aiming at had almost zero possibility of staying alive. There were countless experts in Sanctuary Alliance who had died at the hands of Acheron Palace. Back when Hall Master Yuan had told Jian Wushuang to be careful of the hidden forces, he was mainly warning him about Acheron Palace. A genius like Jian Wushuang, Acheron Palace normally wouldn't let him live for too long. They are here for Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. Sir God Luo Sha instantly understood. Old Mad Dog, I'm afraid I'll have to drag you in for this. Don't mention it. No matter if they are from Holocaust Sect of Acheron Palace, they are enemies of Sanctuary Alliance and public enemies of countless cultivators in Eternal Chaotic World. Although I am casual in manner most of the time, I do understand this principle, Sir God Mad Dog said in a low voice. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 4 figures appeared in the void not far away, and they stood side by side but didn't launch attacks in the first instant. I never thought Mad Dog would be here as well. A treacherous elderly among the 4 of them squinted his eyes. Mad Dog isn't weak in power, and he definitely won't just sit and watch. He teams up with Sir God Luo Sha. It will be much more troublesome to deal with them. God Chi, God Ba, the 2 of you teamed up with me to fight against Sir God Luo Sha and this Mad Dog. Your Highness Mu Hong, we will have to trouble you for Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. No problem, Highness Mu Hong smiled and nodded. I originally thought if there was only Sir God Luo Sha alone, I'd like to fight with her and have some training. As they are in a team of 2, in order to save time, I shall not join the fight. Your Highness Mu Hong, if you want to train, there will be many opportunities in the future. The treacherous elderly smiled. Oh yeah, when your Highness Mu Hong arrives at Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, it's best if you first check if there are other experts in Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, just in case. If there is, your Highness Mu Hong, please instantly leave. If there isn't, please go according to our plan. Haha, don't worry. I'm not stupid. If there is a powerful Sir God or Emperor God absorbing power of Absolute beginning in divine pond of Absolute beginning, I won't attack hastily, His Highness Muhong scoffed. Sir God Luo Sha controlled the divine pond of Absolute beginning long ago. If we want it, we definitely can't kill Sir God Luo Sha and have to catch her alive. As for the mad dog, we can kill him straight away. The treacherous elderly looked at his other two teammates. God Chi, God Ba, let's do this. Huh. The four Sir God experts moved at the same time. Among the four of them, there were three that instantly gave out fierce Sir God aura, and their power pressed to all directions. Then they pounded Sir God Luo Sha and Sir God Mad Dog like lightning. As for His Highness Muhong, he instantly flew in the direction where divine pond of Absolute beginning was located. As the four Sir Gods moved, Sir God Luo Sha and Sir God Mad Dog moved as well. There was an extra pair of black gloves on Sir God Mad Dog's hand, while the boundless Sir God aura soared up from his body. The aura was tainted with an angry rage. Wow. Sir God Mad Dog's body turned illusory. He originally was one figure, then he instantly became three figures. Just like three flowing lights, they burst out instantly, and the three flowing lights waved their sharp claws simultaneously. There were three figures that performed at the same time, but they immediately merged together when the sharp claws flashed. Wallalala! The void was torn into pieces instantly. Sir God Luo Sha wielded a green soft sword, and she was engulfed in a cloud of mist. The cloud of mist flew before her opponents, and then the sword light flowed out. Swoosh! 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 One sword light suddenly swept out after another. Every single stroke of sword light carried a billowing hatred. Hate! 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 With extreme hatred. She looked as though she wanted to break their bones and scatter their ashes to the winds. Ha ha! Old Mad Dog, I knew long ago that you had comprehended a power superposition skill. Now that I see it with my own eyes, you live up to the name. It's a pity that you are going to die in the end. The treacherous elderly, God Chi and God Ba, the three Sir God experts immediately greeted them by displaying their powerful skills. Their powers as Sir God experts were given full play by then. The five Sir Gods were fighting vigorously. However, although Sir God Luo Sha and Sir God Mad Dog were powerful, it was already pushing their limits for the two of them to hold back three Sir Gods. As for His Highness Muhong, who was going to divine pond of Absolute beginning, they couldn't do anything about it. Sir God Mad Dog had sent a message to Jian Wushuang long ago. Jian Wushuang, something happened. Hurry up and come out. Chapter 1707. Meeting His Highness Muhong again. Chapter 1707. Meeting His Highness Muhong again. While being shrouded by the infinite amount of pond water in the divine pond of Absolute beginning, Jian Wushuang had closed both his eyes and was still doing his best to absorb the power of Absolute beginning. The amount of divine power that an inverse cultivator needed to accumulate in the stage of real God had indeed exceeded Jian Wushuang's expectations. For the 100 droplets of ultimate divine power, with the more progress he had made, the harder it would be to precipitate the droplets at the back. Luckily, he was inside the divine pond of Absolute beginning. If he had relied purely on absorbing the pure power of the demon cores or relied on his own training to accumulate, he could not imagine the amount of time he would take. To date, 10 years had passed. However, he was still quite far away from the maximum amount of ultimate divine power he could possess in his body. Gurgle, the power of Absolute beginning was flowing about, and it entered Jian Wushuang's body continuously. At present, the 88th ultimate divine power water droplet was precipitating slowly in Jian Wushuang's body. It's the 88th droplet! Jian Wushuang was filled with immeasurable joy. 88 droplets was only 12 droplets away from 100 droplets. Hence, it was already very close. If nothing goes wrong in 2 or 3 years' time, my ultimate divine power can achieve its peak. At that time, I will be able to make a breakthrough to stage 3 ultimate real God, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Just then, Sir God Mad Dog sent a message over to him. Jian Wushuang, something has happened. Come out quickly. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes fiercely. Sir God Mad Dog knew that he was training in the divine pond of absolute beginning. If there was nothing that was extremely urgent, he would definitely not disturb him. However, since Sir God Mad Dog had sent a message over, something big had definitely occurred. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang came out of the divine pond of absolute beginning immediately. However, when he appeared at the top of the void, he saw a figure that was speeding over from afar. Upon seeing the figure, Jian Wushuang was first stunned. After that, his eyes became filled with a great amount of murderous intent right away. His Highness Mu Hong, who Jian Wushuang was staring at, naturally saw Jian Wushuang as well. It's him. Ha ha! Enemies are really bound to meet each other. His Highness Mu Hong raised his eyebrows. After that, he continued to move toward Jian Wushuang. At the start, when he saw that there was someone beside the divine pond of absolute beginning, he was shocked. However, when he was sure that the person was Jian Wushuang, he stopped having any worries. After all, Jian Wushuang was merely his defeated opponent. In the void, His Highness Mu Hong had already appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, and he had stopped moving. Hee, Jian Wushuang, we meet again. His Highness Mu Hong looked at Jian Wushuang coldly, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Jian Wushuang did not speak. However, his face was ice cold. The Blood Mountain sword then appeared on his hands, and a great amount of murderous intent rose from his body slowly. Why, you still wish to fight with me? His Highness Mu Hong sneered. Seems like I did not trample on you for long enough back then. It's a pity that an unforeseen event occurred back then, and you got away. However, this time round, you will not be so lucky. Let me ask you, where is Lung Rushue? Jian Wushuang spoke abruptly. His Highness Mu Hong was stunned. After that, his face became distorted, and he spoke. Damn it, is Lunger's name something trash, like you can call out? Where is she? If you refuse to say, I will kill you. Jian Wushuang's voice sounded as though it came from an abysmal hell. Moreover, his body was also approached His Highness Mu Hong slowly. For every step he took, the god power and murderous intent on his body would be stronger. At the start, His Highness Mu Hong did not care about Jian Wushuang at all. However, as Jian Wushuang walked toward him step by step, especially with that huge pressure that was exerted on him such that he was actually suffocating slightly, he started to feel fearful. Humph, you are just a piece of trash. Since you have been trampled by me at another time, it will also be the same this time round. His Highness Mu Hong glowed with a shrill light, and he released his aura of a Sir God immediately. A green sickle also appeared in his hands. His body then turned vague, and layers upon layers of green shadows burst forth at once. As for Jian Wushuang, he just looked on coldly as His Highness Mu Hong attacked him. When he had come across His Highness Mu Hong in the Blood Demon Church the other time, he had merely been a universe god of the second heaven. As for His Highness Mu Hong, he had already made a breakthrough to become a void real god. At that time, when they had come across each other again, Jian Wushuang was a stage 2 ultimate real god, while His Highness Mu Hong, for whatever reason, had somehow made a breakthrough to Sir God, and he had entered the ranks of the Sir Gods. It was a similar encounter and a similar gap in terms of realm. However, the different thing was that the inverse cultivation test would no longer descend abruptly for Jian Wushuang. Trash, go to hell! His Highness Mu Hong's murderous intent burst forth, and an infinite amount of green light appeared from his body. The green light then gathered around his body and changed into a gigantic green god. After that, His Highness Mu Hong swung the green sickle in his hands fiercely. At once, a brilliant green sickle river materialized. During the process, the green sickle river expanded at a shocking speed, and it covered the whole universe in the end. The frightening sickle essence that the sickle river contained also seemed to be able to tear everything in the universe apart. Jian Wushuang took a step forward and raised the Blood Mountain sword in his hands abruptly. His vast amount of divine power was then poured into the long sword without any restraint. In the void, crimson sword shadows appeared out of thin air, and every one of them was so strong that it was shocking. Moreover, there was a total of 61 of them. The 61 crimson sword shadows then superimposed onto one another and fused. With that, a destructive power spread across the area. Swish! The crimson sword shadow was swung out straight away. It then split the space, time and heaven. The brilliant sickle river, which it was in front of Jian Wushuang, was destroyed instantly, and the shocking sword essence continued to wreak havoc by tearing open many holes that were tens of thousands of miles big in the surrounding void. The whole universe was submerged by the shocking sword essence. Swoosh! A figure retreated quickly from the void that the sword essence shrouded. It was His Highness Mu Hong. However, when His Highness Mu Hong just regained his posture, he saw that the void in front of him had collapsed abruptly. After that, an ancient giant finger which contained an earth-shaking power pointed toward him right away. Ancient God's sixth finger, sun corrosion. Since Jian Wushuang had already precipitated a total of 88 ultimate divine power water droplets in his body, the amount of divine power in his body was a lot greater than that in the Almighty's. With such a huge amount of divine power, Jian Wushuang was absolutely not worried about its depletion. As such, he could unleash many strong moves and unique skills without the slightest scruple. Break! With a cry, the green god which covered His Highness Mu Hong gave an extremely loud roar. After that, with a violent swing of the sickle on His Highness Mu Hong's hands, fierce winds sprang up and changed into a sickle shadow storm which covered an enormous area. The sickle shadow storm struck the ancient giant finger, and both of them turned into dust. However, just then, swish! A ray of golden light, which was dragging its long, golden tail like a comet, headed toward His Highness Mu Hong quietly. What? His Highness Mu Hong was shocked. It was obvious that the ray of golden light had appeared too abruptly. Chapter 1704. Sir God Luosha's Enmity. Chapter 1704. Sir God Luosha's Enmity. Although I was the one who got the white blaze fruit tree, it is extremely useful to Lineage of Star. I can't exchange a white blaze fruit tree for an opportunity to enter Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Sir God Luosha, is there no other possibility? Another possibility? Yes. Sir God Luosha suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, I read the information recorded on Real God ranking list. It is said that you once injured Sir God Qianlan. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. Sir God Qianlan is an almighty from soaring Heaven King Palace. Why would he fight with you? Sir God Luosha asked. It was because when I was wandering in the 8th lair, I killed one expert after another from soaring Heaven King Palace. Jian Wushuang briefly shared his story of the 8th lair. Actually, many experts in Eternal Chaotic World knew about the story. However, as Sir God Luosha was secluded from the outside world, she never heard about it. He finished the story. In other words, soaring Heaven King Palace suffered a great loss because of you? Sir God Luosha's eyes squinted. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded again. I knew about this as well. Sir God Mad Dog spoke. Soaring Heaven King Palace has been barbaric, and they never once suffered. But this time, not only did they suffer a great loss, they were embarrassed. They even became a laughingstock in Eternal Chaotic World. This is because of Jian Wushuang. I see. Sir God Luo Sha looked at Jian Wushuang again, but her gaze was different than before. Jian Wushuang, you can enter Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, and you can stay however long you want, Sir God Luo Sha said. Huh. Jian Wushuang was thrilled with excitement. And the price is? There's no price required. You can just enter. If there's only one condition, it's that after you increase your power, you'll kill that bastard Ling Yun on my behalf. Sir God Luo Sha bellowed as murderous intention soared in her eyes. Bastard Ling Yun? Jian Wushuang was stunned. He didn't even know who he was. Jian Wushuang, that bastard Ling Yun that Sir God Luo Sha was talking about is the founder of Soaring Heaven King Palace, Emperor God Ling Yun. Soaring Heaven King Palace has 2 emperor gods. Emperor God Ling Yun is the oldest and also the strongest. Compared to Star Palace Master from Lineage of Star, he should only be stronger, not weaker. Of course, if Star Palace Master were to perform the secret skill of Star Palace with his all, Emperor God Ling Yun could only run away hastily, Sir God Mad Dog said. Sir God Mad Dog was talking to Jian Wushuang via communication token. Then, Sir God Luo Sha didn't know what they were talking about. Judging from Sir God Luo Sha's look, the rumor should be real, Sir God Mad Dog sighed emotionally. Rumor? What rumor? Jian Wushuang asked. A rumor said that Sir God Luo Sha once had a loving husband, who was also a Sir God expert. The 2 of them were like a celestial couple, but then, somehow or other, her husband was killed by Emperor God Ling Yun. Sir God Luo Sha wanted to take revenge on Soaring Heaven King Palace badly, once because of that. However, she was alone. She couldn't cause such a major force like Soaring Heaven King Palace to move, Sir God Mad Dog said. This happened long ago. Plus, Sir God Luo Sha never brought it up herself, so I didn't know if it was true or false. But from what it seems, it should be true. Jian Wushuang, you're lucky, Sir God Mad Dog teased. Jian Wushuang smiled. That was true. He couldn't pay the price that Sir God Luo Sha wanted. He thought he was predestined not to cross paths with Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, but who knew Sir God Luo Sha harbored such deep hatred against Soaring Heaven King Palace. Jian Wushuang had happened to fight against Soaring Heaven King Palace head-on, which had made them suffer great losses and became a laughing stock. It simply meant that he had vented Sir God Luo Sha's grievance. Jian Wushuang. Sir God Luo Sha looked at Jian Wushuang. You made Soaring Heaven King Palace suffer great loss, and they definitely won't let it slip. He had almost no chance to counterattack. Plus, the golden light hit him repeatedly, and every hit caused enormous power that shook the divine body. From the continuous hits, he was already injured. If it persisted, he would be killed by Jian Wushuang. If he is here, it'll be impossible for me to get the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. As I can't get it, I can only forcibly destroy it. There was a chilly gleam in His Highness Mu Hong's eyes. He flipped his hand, and there were 2 pearls covered in faint black thunder in his hand. His father passed him the 2 pearls. They were specially prepared for the mission that day. Its name was God-Destroying. His father exhorted that if they couldn't take the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, he should use the 2 God-Destroying pearls to destroy the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. They couldn't get it, and they couldn't let the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning fall into the hands of Sanctuary Alliance. God-Destroying Pearl is powerful. 1 should be enough to destroy the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. As for the remaining 1, the boundless murderous intention shimmered in His Highness Mu Hong's eyes as he looked at Jian Wushuang directly. He slashed with his green sickle and shot the golden light, aiming at him. He retreated, but it happened to be where Jian Wushuang was. Jian Wushuang died. Then His Highness Mu Hong extended his palm, and 2 black lights burst out at the same time. The 2 black lights, one went towards the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, while the other one aimed at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's eyes fixed. The moment the black light aimed at him, he had already realized something wasn't right, especially as the pearl was letting out faint black thunder. He sensed an extremely terrifying power. The power struck fear into him. Back off! Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang retreated swiftly. As he retreated, he pointed with his finger, and there was sword light that struck the god-destroying pearl like lightning. The god-destroying pearl was far away from Jian Wushuang, and His Highness Mu Hong intended to throw it before Jian Wushuang. But then, as the sword light hit it, it instantly exploded. Huh! Huh! Two vigorous explosions roared simultaneously. The noise shook heaven and earth. The power that it brought about could shock every living thing in the universe. Jian Wushuang had already fallen back to somewhere far away, and the explosion of God-destroying pearl didn't affect him. However, whatever happened before his eyes was daunting to him. He knew clearly that he was lucky to escape the explosions of the two pearls. Otherwise, even if he wasn't dead, he would be in a miserable condition. Jian Wushuang's face suddenly changed, and he looked at the divine pond of absolute beginning. The earlier two pearls, one went towards the divine pond of absolute beginning and exploded directly. From the explosion of the pearl, the divine pond of absolute beginning became too horrible to look at.